BFest.com.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
1 in 10 people age 50 and older in the U.S. have early age-related macular degeneration.
Because macular degeneration often has no early symptoms, many don't know they have it until irreversible vision loss has already occurred. Well, when I first found out that I had macular degeneration, it was really scary. I mean, my eyes are my living.
What's most important for me to see? My family, my loved ones, my pickleball game. Everything I do is dependent upon my vision.
Being able to see, be able to spend time with my children, be able to travel is extremely important. And I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't have my vision. Don't miss life's most beautiful moments.
Schedule a comprehensive eye exam to protect your sight.
Macular Degeneration Research, a Bright Focus Foundation program, offers free resources and tips for healthy vision.
Go to stopamd.org to learn more.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What a Maverick do? 'Cause you're a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Bank, home, and your sleep since
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he.
Dave enjoying their new year early, a little bit early. Kyle Ledbetter on the other side of the glass joining me this morning. Always great to have Kyle joining us, especially when we're wrapping up a new year. I know Jason and Verlaud yesterday had to do a lot of the traditional, end of year stuff. I heard a lot of, best ofs and favorite of 2025 and all that stuff. We're going to keep that tradition going. You know, we have to get ours in too, get our New Year's resolutions in, our sports resolutions in, things that we hope to leave in 2025 and be better in 2026 and all those fun things. Hopefully the Kings take note of that. It'd be tough to be worse in 2026 for the Sacramento Kings. We'll definitely get into that. But yeah, yet another, coming off of yet another just nothing burger, just a flat performance from the Sacramento Kings in Los Angeles. They had a night to kind of get over and lick their wounds from that Laker game on Sunday, which was to their credit after a back-to-back performance here in Sacramento on Saturday, where they get their 8th win of the season, the 8th beam of the year on Saturday against the Dallas Mavericks, only to follow that up with 2 of the lamest performances I think we've seen from this ball club. And yeah, we'll get into all of that later, but just really disappointing performance. You at least want to see a little bit of a bounce back effort. Last night, as I'm still kind of getting adjusted to this time, but yeah, last night, a few hours ago, just a nice head to the pillow ago, the Kings just absolutely laid an egg. The Clippers move on to their 5th win in a row. That is actually, crazy enough, the longest active win streak right now in the association. So, you know, they ran into, I guess you could call it the hottest team in the NBA right now. I mean, Kawhi Leonard, Kyle's guy, is showing, you know, he might be a little healthy. Maybe that's a little, you know, I mean, if they keep playing this way, I don't think they're going to be sellers at the trade deadline. But man, maybe it's a little tiny bit of Kawhi saying, oh, like, you know, let me enter this Giannis conversation of hey, like, if we're just maybe, you know, finding new situations here, Kawhi Leonard, you know, definitely looking pretty decent these days, Kyle. Huh?
Oh yeah,
that's your guy.
They've got aspirations of something greater.
I did hear G-Man yesterday on the call. You know, yesterday we were talking about on the midday show when I was filling in Kings fans potentially Westbrook into the top 20 of the Western Conference players. Yesterday I heard on the broadcast as I was driving back from UC Berkeley, watching their game against Louisville last night. We'll get into some of that, but G-Man was talking about how he ran into Steve Ballmer yesterday and introduced himself to Steve Ballmer. Huh. And my first thought was like, you have, like, if I'm there, the temptation to just be like, man, I aspire to have like something this great. Like, this is just aspirational over here. Like, the amount of tree references or jokes that I would have been running through my head is just would have been bonkers.
You're just trying to plant some seeds.
Just trying to plant some seeds and watch them grow, you know? And yeah, G-Man, of course, the consummate professional, I'm sure just told him, you know, how wonderful the arena was. I got to get it out there. I got to get out there to into it, don't, man. That thing seems crazy. You mentioned yesterday, Kyle, the All-Star game is going to be out there this year. That seems like pretty decent excuse to go out there. So, you know, yeah, that's a couple months away. So,
do you have anything going on March 14th at 7:30 p.m.? Because that's
when they play next.
That's the last time the Kings go to the Intuit Dome this season.
I mean, you know, at that point, we're going to be full-blown draft and everything. Like, I mean, who knows that's a post-trade deadline.
How many of the current players on the team will still be there March 14th? Because I know Dario Saric won't.
The human briefcase, which is the nickname that I came up with yesterday because, dude, I mean, we'll get into it a little bit more, but like Devin Carter played the last 7 minutes. It took them being down 40 for them to eventually be like, all right, like, we'll throw Devin Carter out there the last 7 minutes of the game.
It's time for the two-way guys to go.
And Dario Saric still did not find himself off the bench.
Nothing is going to be as funny as when Drew Eubanks during the media day said,
oh my gosh,
my 8th year in the league. Like, at some point, you got to just take the shot.
But my second favorite nomination, well, I guess DeMar also saying it was a bleep show, but my third favorite nominee was Dario Saric saying, everyone keeps saying I'm not an NBA player, and I'm trying to prove I am an NBA player. And, buddy, it seems like you are not, even for an 8-25 team.
He's just not even getting a chance. It's
every time I see him, I'm like, oh, that's surprising.
Yeah, and it's got to be weird for that to be your NBA life because, to your point, like he's on the 8-win Kings right now, and he's not even like. I'd be surprised if there's a jersey under that warm up, to be honest with you. And whatever team he ggets moved off to, they're probably, I'd imagine, just gonna buy him out anyway. Like the dude is just wasting his time. I mean, essentially, he's not. I wouldn't just collecting checks, sitting on benches, and practicing.
Yeah, it was well understood that they were trying to waive him at training camp, but it came to be they were like, oh, we have a roster spot, so we'll just keep him until the deadline and see if we can match salaries. But they're gonna waive him at some point. Don't you worry, Kings fans. Dario Saric won't be here too much longer.
Yeah, I know it's a little taboo to talk so much sports in this first segment, but I think it is. I'm just kind of now realizing the direct parallel of like him and Jalen McDaniels of last year, where it's like they both were traded for in very suspect ways, where it's like, so you're telling me the Davion Sasha for Jalen McDaniels, like, oh, that was really not about acquiring Jalen McDaniels. It was about moving off of Sasha's contract and I guess also moving off of Davion by virtue. And then with the Saric thing, it's the same excuse of, oh, no, it's not really about getting Saric. It's about getting off of Valanciunas. And both of those guys, I mean, to your point also, Jalen McDaniels cut immediately after training camp. Like there was some illusion that like, oh, this guy does have size. Like maybe he will just be on the roster. We've seen KZ Okpala and, Mo Harkless and guys like that.
How many random shows did you and Alan do talking about him?
KZ Okpala?
No, about McDaniels.
Oh my gosh, so many. Because I mean, I was sitting right across from myself right now when that trade broke, and it broke my brain because that's still, I mean, mind you, like that's Beam Team for the most part. And it's kind of the first step of them dismantling that team. And so at that point, I'm still in contention mode or in, again, Monty McNair famously didn't make many moves. And so trying to parcel through why is this the move that they decided to make was one of the most difficult things in live time to try and figure out. And even still today, I mean, there's no logic. The logic is that they really wanted to move off of those contracts, but it wasn't a smart decision. I mean, it just made no sense. There was no justification for it.
Monty McNair really loved a salary dump. That's the one thing I learned over the years. The 23rd pick, Davion Mitchell, multiple second-round picks. Eventually, by spiritually, Jonas Valanciunas, who I guess was a Monty McNair acquisition, getting salary dumped. Like, They did love themselves a salary dump.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that with that salary dump to Jalen McDaniels one did cost them 2 seconds as well. And I can't remember if the Valanciunas one, if it included picks, and if it did, which way they went.
The Valanciunas for Saric one I know is straight up.
Okay, it was straight. That good at least. I mean, there should be no reason for the Kings to give second rounders.
I'd have to go back and look, but I think it was like 2 seconds, but one of them was like heavily protected. Yeah, they did attach something to Davion. Anyways, great times. Yeah, it's
great times.
What a time that was. For some reason, I feel like I was doing the show with you and Alan that day when the news broke, and you were trying to.
My brain was broken.
Explain. Yeah. It's like, well, Devin's going to be a point guard, maybe.
Yeah.
That was the day after the draft. It was like literally they drafted Devin Carter, and before anyone could react to it, other than Alan running out. I was gonna say him running out of the studio. The
what was it? That was
it's the place on 15th Street that doesn't exist anymore.
I always want to call it Firehouse, but I don't think is that's what it was. Unless it was.
It's now like Casa something.
Yeah,
it's the one on 15th and J Street.
I don't know why I can't remember what that place was called because that was my spot. That was like if we're gonna go watch a game, like that was the place down to like had the best TV setup. Public House, thank you.
Yes,
Public House. Shout out Public House. Well, I guess formerly. Public House.
R.I.P. But we'll always have Alan running out and Nate chasing him WWE style,
praying for Tajon Salon, and
who went like 6th in that draft and has been like you could go back and look. He's been like one of the worst
players
picks you could make of the last worst top 6 pick of the last 10 years.
Very tough to do, and our guy Alan Styles, one of a kind, one of one. No Alan Styles today for what it's worth. Also, yesterday he filled in on the afternoon show. I believe it's going to be boss man Jose Gonzalez filling in the midday slot today. So if you're still listening in 4 hours when when we do our crossover. That is what you can expect from the programming side today. We don't have an afternoon show, and if I believe that's that's still happening. So we don't have an afternoon show locally here today. So we're only running from 6 to 2 with our local programming, and then I think we're running back on Friday. Right, Friday is the day where we kind of return to normalcy.
I think Friday there's no afternoon show as well. But
really? Okay. Well,
if you want live and local, 6 p.m. Golf to Go. Gotta tune in today.
Boom. Yeah, there you go. So
nothing like 6 p.m. on a New Year's Eve Golf to Go.
New Year's Eve. Hey, get some last minute tips in, and I actually went golfing this past weekend with my brother-in-law, with my dad, and it was cold. It was definitely cold, but I definitely was trying to get out of it as much. I wouldn't say trying to get out of it. I was I was legitimately sick and not feeling great. And then when I woke up and it was freezing, wasn't the first thing I was trying to do, but it was mainly because it was foggy. It had just rained for like 3 straight days, and there's just, in my opinion, golf is a summer sport. It's a spring, summer. I just don't want to play when it's foggy and wet and windy potentially, and it was actually totally fine. I was very, very surprised. I thought it wouldn't be as playable as it was, and I might be a convert now. I might be out here golfing in the wintertime. So shout out Golf to Go. Definitely want to get as many tips in as possible. And definitely check that out today. That's going to be today at 6.
Today at 6, but no local afternoon
leading
show.
Into it. Okay,
yes,
gotcha.
Exactly.
No local leading into it, but we do have the soothing sounds of one Scotty the Body Marsh at 6 o'clock with Frank LaRosa.
And Frank LaRosa,
yeah.
Which
Frank LaRosa.
Also, I feel like it's fair that we're doing shorter programming today because, as we pointed out yesterday, you could have been listening to Sactown Sports from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m.
I think it was 11, yeah.
And if you wanted to listen to that entire Kings-Clippers game, sure, and post-game. I think post-game wrapped at about 11:02 yesterday. So you could have gone from 6 a.m. to 11:02. Technically, I think Deuce and Mo stopped doing their show at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So technically, you could have gone from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. of just straight
Binging.
Kings content. Just nonstop the entire day.
Bless you.
Yeah.
If that's you, man, you are the trooper. You are the one. You are the realest Kings fan. Because we were talking about yesterday on the midday show, you and I, Kyle, about it just feels like energy's not there, from the fan base. Not in a it's the fan base's fault at all. It's just at some point you show up to the games to go support, but they got to give you something to cheer about. And again, Saturday was fun. That was the last home game. I think they definitely had stuff to cheer about then, but with how this team is going, and it just you can't I can't expect people right now, especially during the holiday season, to really care and be as locked in and tuned in and emotionally invested, like you're saying. Not even emotionally, physically spending your time listening to these programs. And if you're listening right now, we appreciate you. You are. You are the glue that keeps this fan base and this city's sports watching together, because I just cannot imagine how tough it could be right now for some people to really invest their time to watch these games and to give their time and effort and energy and family time and all that stuff. And I think that's the thing that really frustrates people so much about the effort, especially in a small town like this, smaller, I should say. I'm never going to disrespect my hometown, but I think that it's these people have real lives. They could be doing other things, and the fact that so many people spend so much time and energy caring about this Sacramento Kings team and themselves trying to fix the team, and to have the team just roll out there and put together an effort like that, and it's just really tough. And again, there's not a lot of last night we should mention Nick Clifford, career high 18 points. That's the kind of stuff that helps. That is absolutely the kind of stuff that helps. It granted, it comes with a grain of salt, because in order to get to enjoy that 18-point performance, you had to get through a 40-point loss. And so, it's just not a lot of people are even going to be able to enjoy the one of the funner moments, I guess, for what one of your main goals would be for the season is have our young guys develop and be good, Max has done that a ton of nights, but if you're somebody who's been, like myself, like waiting to see a Nick Clifford game that makes you feel good about his future, last night was that game, and I don't know how many people stuck around for 4 quarters to watch Nick Clifford finally in the fourth quarter kind of like get a real opportunity.
Other than the real basketball sickos who, bless you if you're still up after watching Deuce and Mo until 2 a.m. But I will say, you just reminded me of that old Draymond Green quote about Karl Anthony Towns, where Karl put up 40 and he's like, that's what Karl's good for. He'll score 40 and you lose by 20. And I think it was on a live stream or it was a Western Conference Finals live stream or something.
Yeah, it was probably his podcast.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, Karl will give you 40 and you lose by 20. Is Nick Clifford he'll give you 20 and you lose by 40?
Well, I mean, I guess by proxy, I mean, I mean, if that's what it takes, then,
just to run the G League, or the glorified G League team, I should say.
Well, I think it's an interesting point, as you have brought up Deuce. Like, I think I heard them talking about it on the post-game show yesterday, the NBC post-game show, and, Deuce kind of mentioned, and I think it's a really solid point of, like, not all minutes or developmental minutes are created equal. Like, it does get to the point where, especially, on these airwaves, we say play the young guys, and then at the same time we do question, okay, like Nick is playing, Dylan Cardwell's playing, Maxime's playing, like is Devin Carter the young guy we're talking about? And I think Deuce kind of hit the nail on the head by pointing out that it's like putting Nick out there with Westbrook, DeRozan, Levine, like obviously he's not out there. Like Keegan, all those, like the further down the offensive pecking order he is with those lineups, it's not really use. Like right now, those are, hey, can you play a role in the NBA minutes? I think we've seen that to an extent. I think honestly, it hasn't been like an elite role player, but we see the roles that he's able to fill. Again, I think he's a proven good guard rebounder, 100%. I think he has good ball handling ability. I think he has some decent vision, some good basketball IQ, but we kind of need to see him thrown into the deep end a little bit. We need to see, his like the rotations that he was in Summer League. Obviously, like that has Maxime and it has Keon, it has, Devin Carter. Maybe I guess Keegan can be in there, but I think we just need to see more lineups that are definitely catered to those specific guys. If Max is going to be out there, like maybe put him out there with some guys who don't have great offensive games, or put him out there with, nobody, like, they've played him with Precious a lot. Maybe don't put Precious out there and say, hey, Max, like, there's going to be lineups that we're going to try and put you in where you're going to be the only big out there, and we need you to A, be comfortable, but also C, if we feel good about your rim protection by itself. And so those are the kind of things I think the Kings need to focus on. What would this be? The last, it's not half. We're more than a third.
49?
Yeah. So,
yeah.
What is it? They're 8 and
I think they're like 40%
so
into the season.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds right. About 40% in the season. So whatever's left of the season, I just, that's the shift that I want to see, is just like, can we, yes, we are now at the point where the young guys are factually like playing very solid, pretty consistent minutes as well. Dylan Cardwell before the G League assignment had, I think, 6 or 7 straight games. I think it was 6 games of playing 15 minutes or more. So, that's legitimate for sure. But I think it's just, we need to see, I think Maxime, but definitely for sure Nick in more advantageous situations for his development. I think that's what we want to see. And I think too, like Devin Carter, like we got to get an answer on this kid at some point. Like, I mean, I guess unless your answer is just, we're not playing him and that tells you all you need to know.
We've got our answer on him, which is they don't believe in him.
They don't.
That's the only thing I can conclude from this, is that they, for better or for worse, they just don't believe in him.
And like, I think yesterday I even, I shouted out Russell Westbrook for his like he's played every night. He's 36 years old. His, part of the sell on Russell Westbrook was his conditioning, how he takes care of his body, obviously trying to show the young guys how to properly do that. But, have him take a night off. Like, I get he probably wants to play every game, and if Russell Westbrook's on your team, like, great, sure. I understand the especially from a coach's standpoint of being like, Russ is available, I'm going to play him, but Kevin Carter free 20-minute, like I think that's the kind of thing that they just, if the vets are going to be here, they have to play ball, and that is, unfortunately for them, like that's what I think playing ball should be. Is look, guys, we need to shift focus. We've been playing you guys for 32 games now. I'm sorry, like you guys had your opportunity and you went 8-25. If we're gonna go 8-25, we should go 8-25 with young guys. Like it's just how it should be.
All right, well, let's do this then. If Chris Watkins is tomorrow in charge of the Sacramento Kings and you have a blank checkbook to pay fines to the NBA for tanking.
Shout out Mark Cuban. Yeah, why not?
The Utah Jazz got hit with it last year.
Did they really?
Oh, yeah. Allen still jokes about that because they were saying Markkanen had wrist soreness for like 3 months. Yeah. If you have a blank checkbook to pay fines for tanking and autonomy over the lineup, what is the starting five Chris Watkins is rolling out Thursday versus the Celtics?
I mean, okay, fine. You put me on the spot, so I'll do it. I mean, I don't really have a problem with like Russ being, again, Russ starting, like it's fine. It's just I need those minutes carved out. I would like to see Dylan Cardwell in the starting lineup. I think that especially, we were playing audio yesterday of Scott Perry on his on the Hoop Genius podcast talking about how he sees the future of the NBA.
Don't forget my podcast.
Get better, not we haven't. And he talks about when asked what you have observed from the league and where you see the future trend of the league going, he said 2 bigs. He mentioned all the teams that roll around with 2 big men out on the floor and how he sees that kind of as the way that the league is moving. And that makes me feel like Maxime Reynaud, who does have a lot of questions on, again, can he be the only big out there? I think Dylan Cardwell has played really well as a rim protector and, as a lob threat. I think he's clearly there. And I think that's kind of all you need someone in that space to do is just kind of know their role, be incredibly simple, and, be able to switch. And I think that's, again, if we're talking about Dylan Cardwell's development, I think that's probably the one thing I won't say he can't do. I think we just haven't seen it enough. Like, how is he if he's put in isolations? Like that is the end-all, be-all with these rim protectors as well. Is like Rudy Gobert, as we know, fantastic rim protector, but how many clips have we seen throughout the years of Chris Paul mixing him up, Steph Curry putting him on the ground? Like, those are the things that get those guys played off of the floor. And, as I, talk about Neek and what he struggles with back, like Dylan Cardwell is not a perfect. With that simplification, he has really thrived in what he's been asked to do, but the next level for his development is absolutely being put out on switches and saying, all right, like I actually do feel pretty good about his foot speed and his movement, but we got to see if it works. And so I guess, yeah, to answer your question, I'd go Max, I'd go Dylan,
Keegan, Neek.
I'd go Keon. Start Keon.
Keon, okay.
Bring Neek off the bench. And I guess I'm sitting Schroeder. I'm
Westbrook. Yeah.
I'm starting. I mean, I think Russ has been good for the young guys. I like everything that I've seen from Russ. He feeds Max all the time. Like, I think that's a legitimate chemistry. I think Schroeder's out there to get his, and I think that's fine. I think that's what his game is, but I just don't really think he's out there being additive to the ball movement or it's not. I was thinking about it yesterday, actually, too. As I mentioned right there, Russ and Maxime, we know those two have, like, some sort of chemistry, and, like, Russ is making Maxime better and vice versa, and we've obviously talked about that with Domantas Sabonis. Like, just in general, in the past, there's not really anybody on the team that has chemistry. Like, who are, besides those two, besides Max and Russ, who is anybody that you have seen this year and said, whoa, those two, when they're on the floor, like, you could just tell that they are, hive mindset or whatever, like
this year. I can't think of one, but obviously Sabonis and Malik used to have it.
Sabonis Herter. I mean, you can just say Sabonis, all these guys running off the dribble handoffs, all that stuff, but it just hasn't really been there this year. So that was way, way more Kings than I was expecting to talk in that first segment, but that's how you go. It's a different flow today on this New Year's Eve. We'll definitely check back in with the Kings in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Definitely talk about Devin Carter checking into that game But yeah, we got to get to some sports resolutions for 2026. Got to get into a nice little game I created, Bowl or Stole. I'm excited for that one. I think Kyle is the perfect person to play that one because Kyle does know a ton about you know a good bit about college football bowl games. It's just like random bowl games, if I'm not mistaken.
I know them from a few years ago. I haven't been as up this year.
So we're gonna play a game throughout the show, once an hour. Bowl or Stole. Is it a real college football bowl game that has been played in the last 10 years, or did I steal the name from ChatGPT? We will have to figure that out once an hour. That should be fun. We're also doing Harlem Globetrotter ticket giveaway throughout the show, and we'll be doing, of course, Niners at 9. You can have your opportunity to win a nice little Mountain Mike's gift card. You just got to guess who scored that Niner touchdown. Of course, plenty of touchdowns to go through from that Bears game, so it should be an interesting one. I think Christian McCaffrey might have had 2 touchdowns in that game, if I remember correctly. So I think the odds lean towards McCaffrey, but that's no guarantee here. So definitely stick around for that. Should be fun. We got 3 for Madness, 4 down territory, who's hot, who's not, and of course, like I said, Niners at 9, and then wrapping this thing up with Cross Talk at 9:45. We got a great show for you ahead. You are listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Chris Watkins filling in right here on Sactown Sports.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their Rudolph with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
When value matters, Elk Grove Chevrolet delivers. Right now, lease a new Chevrolet Silverado LT for $250 per month plus tax. The Silverado 1500 stands out with composed handling, competitive towing, payload, roomy cabin, and fuel economy. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com for full lease details. Don't miss your chance to drive the new Chevrolet Silverado. Stop by Elk Grove Chevrolet today and experience quality that goes the distance.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The Lowe's Closeout event is here with the final savings of the season. Grab amazing deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and more before they're gone. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free standard shipping. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Free shipping excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to change. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sellathon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving. And these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sellathon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back in. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Except with none of them. Chris Watkins, Kyle Ledbetter, holding it down this fine AM. Kyle did bring up a solid point to me. I'm actually curious. Go ahead and put it in our Sactown Sports YouTube page. The video, I'm sorry, the stream right now. Brings up a solid point of like, how many people really tuned in to the 8 p.m. tip-off, watched it all the way through to 11, and then are here at 6 a.m., 6:30 now. Congratulations. Again, like, you are the best. Like, you are the reason why people say, you know, obviously it's Sacramento Kings specific, but I just think Sacramento in general, like, it's just such a great sports city. You know, they always are releasing the NFL viewership numbers, especially around this time of year. I'm sure during playoffs we'll get it, of like the regional breakdown of, you know, what region watched the game the most. And Sacramento is almost always in that top 10 list for, you know, hey, this Monday night football game or this, you know, AFC championship game that didn't involve Niners, Raiders, any local teams, and yet still Sacramento is like the 8th highest region viewership for NFL on given weekends. And I think it's just, you know, it's just an underrated sports city. Maybe it's because there's so many transplants here. Obviously there is still a lot of people born and raised in Sacramento that live here, but you know, we get talked about as a one sport team, and, you know, obviously love the Kings, and can they support a second major league team in general, not necessarily even just the A's. And, you know, it's people like y'all that are up this early after staying up late to watch the Kings game, or even just still caring at this point, honestly. Like, I think it's just cannot be understated or overstated, I guess, enough. Just how passionate Sacramento is about their sports.
For an 8-25 team, You stayed up all night, got back in the morning just to hear. Again, not the people who are normally here
also
talking about
too.
it.
Very solid point.
Like, if you're tuning in at 6 a.m. with, I mean, I guess Jason mentioned they were off all week, but no idea who would be sitting in these chairs, but you just wanted to hear Kings talk. Shout out to you.
Man, shout out to you. Happy New Year to all. Happy New Year's Eve to all those who will celebrate tonight. Definitely stay safe. I've seen a lot of good parties that are going to go down in downtown Sac tonight. You won't be seeing me out there, that's for sure. I think I'm going to probably, you know, call it an early night tonight. Stranger Things, the actual finale comes out today at, I think, 5 or 7 or something like that. So probably going to watch that. Actually, I'm definitely going to watch that. And then will I make it to midnight? This might be the first year where that actually doesn't happen.
First time ever?
I mean, yeah, since, you know, in my conscious lifetime, you know, I've pretty much I have definitely always stayed up past midnight.
You're washed? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's exactly what I'm saying. Is I think, you know, I've crossed that 30 threshold, and now I'm cooked. I'm cooked, y'all, and I'm okay with it. I've no problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah, you could say you're Chris Watkins.
Hey, that's not great. That was not great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Kyle, thank you for self-regulating. You're listening right now to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross again. As you clearly just heard there, Chris Watkins, Kyle Ledbetter, filling in for you. No afternoon show today, but you do get golf to go at 6 o'clock. So don't necessarily have to leave that dial completely. You get Scott Marsh and my guy Frank LaRosa holding it down. But this is the last day of local programming for, I guess we're just not having it tomorrow, I guess. Huh? Actually, we're not having it tomorrow, and then we will be back on Friday.
Local programming, no. Kings game tomorrow, yes.
There's another one, huh?
Yes.
Is that what you're telling me?
They are playing the Boston Celtics.
It just doesn't stop. I mean, that's going to be at Golden One Center. Boston's one of those teams, of course. It's like Boston, Chicago, of course, Lakers and Warriors. Those are the biggest opposing crowds pretty routinely at Golden One Center. So that's always an interesting environment when Boston comes to town, especially on a New Year's Day. Very curious how that crowd is going to show up and show out if possible. So that'll be tomorrow, and you can definitely hear all of that action right here on the Sporty 1140.
If you want to,
we got them all for you.
Want to play a guess on that? What is the get-in rate for ticket price tomorrow for the Kings versus Celtics?
I would guess
on New Year's Day.
On New Year's Day, but it is the Celtics. That's a bigger team. Again, it's more traditionally a well-attended game by the road team. I'll say get-in price $17.
A little higher.
We're talking getting in?
Sorry, this is fees included.
Okay.
If that helps.
We'll say $26.
$39.
All right, what are we doing?
It is New Year's Day.
No, what are we doing? What are we doing? Come on, y'all. I mean, if anything, again, I guess that is, in a weird way, a credit again to Sacramento. Maybe there's less open tickets than anticipated. Maybe it is just people trying to recoup their money as quickly as possible, and they're viewing this as one of the few opportunities to maybe try and get their money back. I don't know. I'm just a guy who has a couple friends who are season ticket holders, but I'm very surprised to see that number is that high. It probably respectfully shouldn't be that high. I miss the days when when I was in high school, and granted it was Arco Arena, at the time Sleep Train, I think it might have been Sleep Train. It might have been Power Balance Pavilion even at the time.
One of them.
Yeah. It was either Sleep Train or it was probably Power Balance when I was in high school, which also might speak to what I'm about to say. And ticket prices literally get in was like $11. I mean, I was a high school kid and I could literally, be done with school at 3:30 and afford tickets and to go to the game later.
Take the bus.
Day. So it was, different times, I guess. Inflation is crazy or whatever. It's just $40 at this point. Granted, again, I'm willing to understand Boston Celtics, but that's too high. That's crazy.
Yeah, in fairness, that is the highest ticket price non-Lakers game of the next, month and a half.
That's crazy.
It's a Saturday Cavs game right now that's at $40-something.
Wow. I mean, if you show up looking for, and there's still, especially this time of year, maybe, people coming into town. I get it, but man, again, maybe that's a tip to the cap to Kings fans who are still showing up, and there's just not an abundance of free tickets available. But that is just really surprising to me. Can't believe it. But shout out Kings fans who again just continue to impress. So we'll of course talk more Kings and probably not a ton specifically about last night, but definitely want to get into what I think last night evidently showed, and I think people are probably going to like to hear it. But it feels like last night was a perfect example of why the Kings have to understand the assignment this season, and they've got to lock down a top 3 pick, man, because that is what this team is just screaming for, is some top-level talent, something to be excited about, something that is an X factor in their performances where, hey, Nick Clifford, there was a point where it was like I checked halfway through the second quarter, and I think, the Kings' leading scorers were DeRozan, Westbrook, and Keegan, all with 8 points or so, under 10 points, and it's like, they just need a guy who can maybe pop on a given night, and that just does not exist on this roster right now. So, we will get into more of that later. Got to give our sports resolutions for 2026 at some point, our 3 most disappointing teams of the NFL season. But coming up next, as we talk about the NFL, the Hall of Fame finalists have been released. 15 names, and I believe 7 make the final cut. So we will give our 2 to 3 favorites to actually make the NFL Hall. And yeah, we will do the debut of Bowl or Stole. That is all coming up next right here on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new
Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
Welcome back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Except none of those guys are here enjoying their New Year's Eve. They will not be in the rest. Do you know if Jason's going to be here on Monday? I don't think so, right? I wouldn't think so.
On this upcoming?
I'm sorry, on Friday.
Friday it is myself and I believe Chris Gabriel.
That's right. That is correct. I did know that. No Jason Ross for the rest of the week. No Carmichael Dave for the rest of the week.
No Christopher Laud.
No Christopher Laud for the rest of the week. Said Happy New Year to him yesterday. I don't believe Alan Stiles will be making a return. Is he coming on Friday?
I don't
think so. I think it's going to be Brendan, if I'm not mistaken. Brendan in the midday on Friday.
Yeah. No Whitey, no Jay. Literally every regular daytime employee at the station except me is off these next 3 days.
You drew the short straw?
It's only fair because I took last week off.
You did, huh?
So
yeah.
this is the trade-offs of radio. Right. Is I went home for Christmas, which meant Verlad and Anthony and Ramsey had to work on Christmas.
Right.
So I draw the short stick of I gotta do whatever they need me to do this next week while literally everyone takes these 3 days off.
6 a.m., man. We were here. We were ready to go. And, you're doing a great job. So appreciate you, Kyle. Thank you for your service. You can hear Kyle on Friday morning. So definitely tune in for that as he's going to be with Chris Gabriel. Chris Gabriel's filled in on this station before, so you should be semi-familiar with his voice. And then, Brendan Nunez holding down the middays on Friday. Brendan has actually been in L.A. All weekend. He was at the Laker game and then was at the Intuit Dome last night to watch the Kings get absolutely throttled by the Los Angeles Clippers. So I'm sure Brendan will have tons of insight. Brendan also, of course, I think he posted a clip last night of just a lot of frustration from the Kings. He asked Doug Christie about the effort of his guys, and Doug pretty much, said if effort is something that needs to be coached, then there's a bigger problem, and I think there's a bigger problem is what I would say to that. So there you go. So that is a little bit of programming notes taken care of there. And now let's get into this NFL Hall of Fame. They released their 15 finalists to potentially make the Hall this year. We'll go through the names real quick. You got Drew Brees, Larry Fitzgerald, Frank Gore, Jason Witten, Adam Vinatieri, Luke Kuechly, Eli Manning, Reggie Wayne, Jahari Evans, Marshall Yanda, Torrey Holt, Terrell Suggs, Willie Anderson, Darren Woodson, and my guy, Kevin Williams. Love me some Kevin Williams. Don't think he's going to quite make the cut here. I think there's 7 that are able to make it of the 15. There's 5 that are able.
It is now 3-5.
3-5.
You have to get 80% of the vote.
Really? Oh, man. Okay, that feels excessive. But I think what I was going to say also is that there's a lot of there's some guys on here that are undeniable Hall of Famers here. And so it feels like this is going to be one of the stronger Hall of Fame classes if you're into those kind of things.
I mean, 2 of them you can chalk up first ballot.
It's got to. I mean, I think Drew Brees absolutely has to be first ballot Hall of Famer. There's
Drew Brees,
no question.
And then Larry Fitzgerald, first ballot, easy.
You would definitely think so.
I think he's the second leading receiver of all time.
Yeah.
Probably those 2, I would assume, are going to be first ballot.
I would assume. I would think Luke Kuechly's going to get in. He's pretty well respected, especially in NFL circles, as being, I was going to say, the best linebacker of their generation. Obviously, kind of some mix in with Patrick. Well, he kind of played in the mid 2000s. I think early 2010s. But I feel like he got drafted in the late 2000s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but he didn't play very long. He was kind of in between Patrick Williams and Bobby Wagner. And then Bobby Wagner kind of into Fred Warner.
Yeah, right. And so, I guess that's, more of the time frame that he was in. But, I think, Reggie Wayne to me feels like, if you were to just ask me who on this list is a Hall of Famer, Drew Brees is a Hall of Famer, Larry Fitz is a Hall of Famer, Frank Gore is a Hall of Famer, Jason Witten's a Hall of Famer, Adam Vinatieri has to be a Hall of Famer. He won the Patriots 2-3 Super Bowls individually.
They've also put kickers in before, and he's better than those kickers that they've put in.
And even when he was playing, it was an active conversation of if a kicker is going to get into the Hall, dude almost invented modern clutch kicking. The 50-yard field goal at the time was a 60-yarder now, and Adam Vinatieri was hitting game-winning 50-yard field goals for AFC Championship game, Super Bowl. It was I wouldn't say incredible because it was still a kicker kicking it through an upright, but relatively it was incredible to watch. So I would say all 5 of those guys are Hall of Famers, period, whether they're first ballot. I think Luke Kuechly is going to be a Hall of Fame. Eli Manning, we'll save. We'll just save that conversation for when we get through the list. Reggie Wayne's a Hall of Famer. Jahari Evans, I'm just going to claim it. I don't know if he's an offensive line. I know Marshall Yanda's an offensive lineman. He was the only frame of reference I have for Marshall Yanda is he was a 99 in Madden for ever. He was the lineman that was always the best lineman. And so I would just default to that for Marshall Yanda. Torrey Holt is he just undeniably was a Hall of Famer as well. Terrell Suggs, I just think this is an incredible list, and it'd be really all the guys are deserving, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to determine who who's going to get individually picked out. Like you said, Drew Brees, Larry Fitz, I think undeniably. Maybe it really. I felt very confident about those first 5 guys. Maybe it really was. It might just be those first 5.
Yeah.
But Terrell Suggs to me feels like he's a big enough name as well, and he had I don't know NFL the Hall of Fame doesn't count for his college, but if I'm not mistaken, Terrell Suggs has the single season sack record in college football as well.
Yeah, I think that is true. But yeah, to your point, all of these people on this list, except Eli Manning, probably should get into the Hall of Fame at some point. There's no denying that all of their careers were excellent, and football's weird where different positions count for different things. So yeah, all 15 except Eli Manning probably should get in at some point.
Good.
But
let's do it. Let's do it, man.
But you can only put in 5, so I guess you'd go with Brees.
I go
Fitz,
Brees, Fitz.
Kuechly.
I think yesterday you made your Frank Gore statement known, did you not?
Okay, the Frank Gore.
Did you not yesterday say, quote unquote, Frank Gore is not a Hall of Fame? Or you said some version of he is a a sham Hall of Famer.
I'm trying to remember who we were talking about.
He's a merchant, if you use Alan's words. He just essentially longevity. It was somebody that you were using. I think it was John Stockton, actually.
Yeah.
I think you were saying essentially John Stockton with the assists and steals record is equivalent to Frank Gore being like fourth on the rushing.
I was saying
leaders.
I'm not saying John Stockton is Frank Gore, which inherently was a slight to Frank Gore. Look, my thing on that is more valuable to me than Frank Gore, who was never a top 5 running back except for maybe 1 or 2 years with the Niners, and he wasn't 2 or 3. Like Frank Gore, who was never a top 5 back in the league but compiled a bunch of numbers, is less valuable personally to me than like Luke Kuechly being a 5-time All-Pro linebacker, even though he only played 8 or 9 years. That's more valuable than the compiler thing.
Yeah, I think.
But Frank Gore should get in at some point.
100. Like, there's no doubt to me, and maybe to use, yesterday as we were talking about John Stockton, I think we kind of settled on like doing tiers is better than individually ranking 1 through 8 or whatever. And it feels like to your Frank Gore point, maybe Frank Gore was always top of tier 2, and at best like debatably bottom of tier 1 in the NFL, and never really had like a consistent 4-year run as a tier 1, top 3 running back. And, I think it's a fair conversation, but, it is just a different conversation as well. And then, Kyle, you do have this noted here, which you and I were talking about yesterday, a potential hilarious conflict, I guess, if you could call it that. Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft are both finalists for the contributor category of the NFL Hall of Fame. And there's a chance one or the other won't make it. Gotcha.
So the contributor thing,
because you can't have both of them make it, right?
Okay, so here's how. So there's 5 nominees, and I can't remember who the others are.
Okay, I can look that
for the contributors, but there's 5 nominees, and they can elect anywhere from a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3. So anywhere between 1 and 3 of the contributors on the list could get in.
Okay.
Seems like you have the list.
The contributors are Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick, Ken Anderson. I don't know why Ken Anderson would be on there. Roger Craig. I mean, that dude obviously is, he's a baller. I understand that one, but also interesting. I wonder what
Ken Anderson, MVP, 1981. But
I'm curious, what would make you as a player, a contributor instead of coming in as a player?
It's like the modern era baseball thing where like you're already off the ballot for the NFL, but they're like adding you as a like chance later. That's how like
interesting.
I remember some guard from the Packers from the 1960s won it, and I was like, how did he get in now?
Understood.
And it was this contributor. Like
okay,
decades later, we're going back and saying retroactively you should have been nominated.
Very interesting. Well, I think Roger Craig does fit the billing for that, but I mean, when you're, I guess if it has to be, it can only be 1, right?
No, so it can be minimum of 1, maximum of 3.
Interesting.
So anywhere between 1 and 3 could get in, which creates a hilarious scenario where Bill gets in and Robert Kraft doesn't.
Right. And he gets to flex and be like, I'm Hall of Famer, and I actually, as a matter of fact, straight up beat out this guy.
2, Robert Kraft gets in and Bill Belichick doesn't.
That is criminal.
3, both of them get in.
Oh my gosh.
And we get both of their Hall of Fame speeches where they're both just lying about everything that happened with the Patriots. Like Kraft is going to have to share the weekend with Belichick, which for those who don't know, they hate each other. Falling out was bad. Kraft made that like 10-part documentary on Apple about the Patriots that was like, well, Bill Belichick wasn't that important.
Right.
And they do not like each other, and it would be hilarious if both of them get it or one gets it over the other. I'm not picky. Either way, it's going to be messy, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the thought of like them giving back-to-back speeches and then like maybe fighting over who gets the second speech so that they can like, just step over everything that the other person had just said, or vice versa even. Like, I want to go first so I can get my word out so everyone hears that first and knows that this, I can beat this guy to the punch of everything. Man, it would truly be art. Like, if they want viewers, if the NFL wants to get into reality TV as opposed to, let's memorialize the best players that ever, like, they should absolutely make that up.
But the other thing that's funny is that the Hall of Fame weekend is traditionally all these guys being like, these are my classmates.
Yes, exactly.
And we are going in together.
Brethren, yeah.
And we will be brothers forever as classmates. And it's just going to be them faking it for 4 days, however long they have to do it. Oh, it's going to be so funny if they do that. If they put both of them in, one or the other would also be funny. I think the funniest outcome is they both have to go in together.
Can I throw one in for you?
Sure.
It makes it even better. Put in Eli with them.
Oh, that would be just terrible.
Amazing. Just the counterbalance of everything. And
someone made a hilarious point that if Brady had retired and not unretired, he would have been eligible next year, I believe, which would have been funny if you put all three of them in at the exact same time.
And then just put in Vinatieri, too.
Yeah, Vinatieri with him.
Just a Pats weekend. I mean, that's what it's going to be at some point here. Like, I think, it would be, that would probably be the way of doing it, right? I think there was that one year when the Kings had Rick Adelman and Chris Webber and Yolanda Griffith all make the Hall of Fame, and it kind of felt like that was a Sacramento week at the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame for some reason. Are some of the more major contributors, obviously, to the Patriots dynasty, but it does feel like we're pretty much destined at some point here for here's Patriots weekend at the NFL Hall of Fame, where we just spout about how great this dynasty was, which it was. But I still think I think we're still all tired of that Patriots run. And even though Drake May is here and it definitely feels completely fresh and new, something tells me the Patriot fatigue is going to come incredibly fast. Like, I know people just shifted the hate over to the Chiefs, like, at the drop of a dime, but something tells me that, when you see the Patriots succeed and Robert Kraft up there grinning with Cardi B up there, I don't know if she's going to be up there anymore, but something tells me that hate is going to come back full force, and that's where I will leave that conversation. We didn't get to do Bowl versus Stole, so maybe we will start the next segment with that. Really excited to get that going. Then we got 3 for Madness as well, and maybe at the 7:30 time slot, you will hear my favorite current NBA nickname. Now, that is what we call a tease, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned for that. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. While you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
Cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments, some restrictions apply.
Coach Christie here, letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford, and with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
There you go. Welcome back in to, how about this, the Jason Ross Show with Carmichael Dave. How you like that? Probably not very much. Neither of them are here today, so I can do whatever I want. I can call it whatever I want. Chris Watkins filling in till, what time does this go until 10, right?
About 9:55.
9:55, thank you. This is my as you could tell, my first time doing this time slot specifically. Can't remember the last time I woke up this early. I will say I'm proud of myself for the amount of energy that I came ready with. It's powered by some coffee, of course. I know that bit. See, I listen enough to know what that is, and I kind of walked right into that one.
Okay, so this is the thing. You did that yesterday on the midday show, and instinctively I heard it and reached for the drop. And I was like, it doesn't make sense unless it's the morning show to do that bit. If I do it at 1 p.m,
right,
the people who listen to the morning show will get it.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just like, what does this sound?
It's like Italian brain rot, right? It's just like those
what?
Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't have dropped that at 7:03 in the morning, but yeah, Italian brain rot's like this TikTok thing where apparently, I don't know. I mean,
I know what brain rot is. I don't know specifically.
No, it's like I mean, you should look it up. I can't really explain it, but what I will say is the only reason I know about it, I can tie it back into sports, is like here's the Atlanta Falcons learning about Italian brain rot, and it's just apparently like a crocodile, and its name is Crocodilia Docodilia or something like that. Like it is quite literally rotting your brain. So yeah, I wish I didn't drop that at 7 a.m, but here we are. That's what you get when actually that is actually what you get normally. I don't know why I'm acting like this audience
is the most
conditioned to just wild random Italian brain. Actually, yeah, I probably said Italian brain rot, and they're like, oh yeah, Dave was talking about that for like the past 3 weeks, so I know exactly what.
No, because if Dave were here, here's how this show would be going. He would have stayed up until the very end of the game. He would have doom scrolled Twitter for about, which again is like his Gen X version of Italian brain rot. Doom scrolled Twitter until 11:30 at night, tried to go to bed at midnight, went to bed at 12:30, woke up at 3:30 in the morning, doom scrolled Twitter again, made the rundown, and came in sleep deprived to do the show. So yeah, we're doing this. We're doing the Dave today.
Yeah, I think we're doing a solid impression. So the people are conditioned to a certain way of listening, and I don't want to throw off their rhythm, their pattern. So trying to keep it easy, trying to keep it as Carmichaelian as possible. And with that, we will do a new game that I'm introducing. It is called Bowl vs. Stole, where we will do 5 names once an hour. And, well, I guess we're going to do 2 this hour because we missed the one from the first hour. And Kyle Ledbetter is going to guess, and you, the radio listening audience, and maybe if you're checking in on our Sactown Sports YouTube, if this bowl game is one that was played in the past 10 seasons or a made-up one that I stole from ChatGPT, hence the name Bowl vs. Stole.
By the way, a lot of good bowl games today.
There are a lot of good bowl games today. And traditionally, New Year's and New Year's Eve are the big days for those. But yeah, really, really good games. Even yesterday, I saw USC, TCU came down to overtime and a crazy 3rd and 10, 35-yard touchdown from TCU to seal it.
Yeah, USC playing with surprisingly more players than I would have thought for the Alamo Bowl for USC.
Yeah, very, very strange. Lincoln Riley, it's not, I mean, I wouldn't call it success. I think they obviously brought him in to be in the college football playoff.
That one's weird because college football is weird because he has the #1 recruiting class next year. So I don't know whether that means USC is going to be good, if that means he should definitely be fired if they aren't good.
There should be a certain level of expectation.
I don't know how to measure success in college football.
Very, very interesting stuff. Well, this game will be very easy to measure success as it is very simple. It's just yes or no. Is this the name of a real bowl game? And this is the warm-up round. So some of these, especially this first one, should be an easier one. We're going to start off with everyone's favorite, or maybe not, the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Is the Pop-Tarts Bowl real, fake,
the Pop-Tarts
bowl, or stole?
The Pop-Tarts Bowl is a bowl, and it is an experience, let me tell you.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Yes, it is real. It's, again, the most obvious one. It used to be the Cheez-Its Bowl, which is pretty crazy that, only one can exist. I guess I don't know if that's General Mills or not, but they just decided, Pop-Tarts is struggling these days, or maybe Pop-Tarts is more in with the kids, especially college. I could imagine maybe that hits a little harder. Cheez-Its, though, come on.
This is how insane it is. No, there's a new Cheez-It Bowl.
Okay.
It's today.
Okay.
At 12 o'clock, Michigan will play Texas.
Great game. Great game.
In the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Who's coaching Michigan these days?
I don't know. Well, I know Kyle Whittingham got hired.
Of course.
No idea who the interim coach is.
The Sun Belt Citrus Classic. The Sun Belt Citrus Classic.
The Sun Belt Citrus Classic?
Is that a real bowl game, or is the Sun Belt Citrus Classic a stolen name from ChatGPT?
Okay, so this is tough because I know there is a Citrus Bowl. It's now the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Which, again, why is it a Cheez-It Citrus Bowl? I don't understand. There's nothing citrusy about Cheez-Its.
Can we just do the Cuties Citrus Bowl? Can it at least be something that brand-wise matches up with it?
I mean, Cheez-Its are orange.
They are, but
by the way, I saw they have a Cheez-It
flavored.
They have a Cheez-It taste testing zone at this game with 10 different flavors of Cheez-Its.
What, is it toasted, extra toasted, white cheddar, toasted, white cheddar, extra toasted?
I don't know what the flavors are, but it looks like a giant hotel cereal thing where you pull a lever and it disperses Cheez-Its. It's crazy. But that's the
2026, man.
That's the only thing I know about
2026.
Anyways, back to the game.
That's okay.
I know there is a Citrus Bowl. I'm going to say Sun Belt Citrus Classic did happen at some point in the last 10 years.
Incorrect. The Sun Belt Citrus Classic is a stolen name from ChatGPT, just completely made up. But it sounds real, doesn't that?
Well, there is a Citrus Classic at least.
Moving on to the next one, the Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Guaranteed Rate Bowl. Is the Guaranteed Rate Bowl a real bowl game, or is it stolen from ChatGPT, just completely fiction?
Okay, so this is a funny thing about bowl games is that if you hear a title of a bowl game and you have no idea what it is, that means it's either A, a fake bowl game, or B, money laundering. So, guaranteed rate, no idea what that could be. Although,
could just be a loan business or something.
This is super random. I'm going to say yes, it's real, only because I think the White Sox stadium used to be called Guaranteed Rate Field. So that makes me think this is a real company. I don't know what they do, but I'm going to say yes, real bowl game.
The Guaranteed Rate Bowl is a real bowl game that has been played since 2018. It says through the 2024 season. I don't know if there's one for this year yet, but it has been consistently played in the last 10 years. Moving on to number 4. 4 of 5 options, so our second to last one for the first round.
Random update on that.
Yeah.
This year, it's just called the Rate Bowl. Sure.
So nothing, no guarantees?
No guarantees. It's not guaranteed.
You're going to get a rate. It'll rate.
In this economy, you can't guarantee the rates anymore.
No, we can give you an adjustment rate.
By the way, that game was New Mexico versus Minnesota, which was 20-17.
This one I feel like is tough. For it to be in the warm-up round, look out for some of our later rounds because I would have no idea. The Route 66 Bowl. The Route 66 Bowl. Is the Route 66 Bowl a real bowl game or a fake, stolen, made up?
This is tough because I know there are games in New Mexico and Arizona.
I was even going to question if Route 66 was a real thing. So that's great.
Route 60. You ever seen Cars?
Oh, yeah, that is Route 66.
Yeah, the famous one that drops off in Santa Monica.
Lightning Queen, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're questioning if it's even real, then
I just don't know.
You kind of bled the witness there.
I just don't know.
I'm gonna say
no. I don't know if Route 66 is real. The bowl game could be.
I'm gonna say not a real bowl game.
I guess I did tell on myself because it is not a real bowl game. The Route 66 Bowl, not real. But it definitely sounds like 100% it could be a real thing. So definitely watch out for these later rounds. And our last one of this initial bowl versus stole game, the Bahamas Bowl. Is there any bowl game that is played in the Bahamas?
Okay, I know this one is real because there is. Okay, I don't know if it still exists, but it used to exist because there was a lot of lore behind this bowl sponsor.
Okay.
I know it's real.
It is
yes?
real.
Yes.
It is real.
So it was.
Yeah, before you go into this long, I know it's real because XYZ.
Yes. So here's the thing. For many, many years, it used to be called the Popeyes Bahamas Bowl.
Popeye's Chicken?
Popeye's Chicken. It was the Popeyes Bahamas Bowl, and then someone figured out. This was when I was deep in college football lore.
I'm so concerned that this is going to be
there is not a Popeyes Chicken in the Bahamas. There was not a functioning Popeyes Chicken in the Bahamas for the Popeyes Bahamas Bowl. So they built a Popeyes pop-up.
Shut up, brother. Shut your mouth.
They built a Popeyes pop-up outside the stadium for the Popeyes Bahamas Bowl. Then, after that...
Lucky people.
They changed the sponsor to...
That's crazy.
Yes, it's truly insane, college football bowl games. They changed it to the Makers Wanted Bahamas Bowl.
Makers Wanted?
Again, sounds like a pyramid scheme. Makers
Mark,
Wanted...
but not Makers Wanted.
I gotta make sure I know where it... But Makers Wanted was a tourism advertising company for a small town in Illinois. Yeah, and they sponsored it for multiple years.
All right. Well, that didn't make the cut, but wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, it was not even like Chicago, Illinois, like just some random town in Illinois sponsored a bowl game for 2 years.
In the Bahamas.
Yes, the Makers Wanted Bahamas Bowl was some random city in Illinois. Elk Grove Village, Illinois.
I feel like I'm more surprised that there's a football field that is playable in the Bahamas than the fact that there is no Popeyes in Bahamas. Like why is there a football field? Like what,
I don't know. I don't remember watching the game, so I don't know what the football field looked like, but yeah, the bowl game didn't exist. Oh,
feels like a waste of space to have any sort of football stadium in the Bahamas.
Yeah, the city of Elk Grove Village, Illinois, sponsored it for 2 years. Then the pandemic, they didn't play it for a couple years. They brought it back for 1 year as the Hometown Lenders Bahamas Bowl, and now it's dead. Anyways, a lot of lore behind that bowl game. Thank you for bringing that up.
Absolutely. Well, you'll have your opportunity to let us know about all these bowl games throughout the show, as that was just round one. That was the warm-up round. They will get increasingly harder as the next round is labeled by ChatGPT as sounds real enough. So stay tuned for that at the end of this hour. We got to get into some 3 for Madness, Kyle. We got we still are running this morning show, and so we still got to hit those benchmarks for you. Let's get into some 3 for Madness.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Question 1, Chris Watkins. The Sacramento Kings are currently on pace to win 20 games.
Woo! Yeah.
Do you predict today, on December 31st, they will finish with more or less than 20 wins?
I would guess more than 20 wins, and it feels pretty easy to justify. I mean, Levine hasn't played for a while. Sabonis hasn't played for like a month and a half and will be not playing for, I think, 2 total months. So you hope those guys come back or some version of that, if those guys get moved on, like you get some sort of play out of those spots, I would think that it'd be really tough. And, everyone talked about at the start of the season, very fairly so, how rough the beginning schedule was. Everyone thought that maybe the Kings were going to play better when the schedule got lighter. That didn't happen, but I think, they've passed all the Denver games. Obviously, Jokic is out. They've played OKC, twice, 3 times already. It feels to me like with Sabonis coming back, with potential trades coming down the line to make this roster just make more sense, and the fact, they've won 8 games playing about as poorly as you can, towards the end of the year, teams will start resting people. The Kings are already, I won't say playing at minimal effort, but like you would guess that, crazy enough, as the season comes closer to an end, the effort on a nightly basis might get better because, again, it is, the new additions, then the team they're trying to get ready for next year, kind of putting real effort and stock into ending the season right. So I think they'll probably pick up some wins at the end of the year that make this thing go pretty, what is comfortably over when you're talking about 20 wins, but it feels like 22 to 25 is probably where they're going to land.
Yeah, I remember Alan and I were talking about it back when we thought it would matter, but from like March 1st to the end of the season, which is the last quarter of the year, I think they only play like 7 of their 21 games against above 500 teams.
Interesting. Yeah, because they haven't really done their like East Coast trip. They haven't played, Charlotte and done that whole.
They haven't played the Pelicans.
Played the East, really. Yeah, they haven't played the Pelicans, which is from 4 years ago or whatever it was. Like we couldn't get out of the Pelicans, so now we can't play them.
So there are easy games. Again, what is easy for a team that is 8-25? But there are easier opponents coming up down the line. But again, the Clippers factor into that too, and they just lost to the Clippers by 40.
Yeah, no, very solid point. But who even knows? Because I think I'm factoring in like the Utahs of the world maybe at the end of the season falling off. But right now, if I'm not mistaken, Utah's like a game out of the play-in, and they were last year in a situation where they were actively tanking, losing games, taking fines. So they probably wouldn't put themselves, like they might actually continue to try and fight for, even though it's a 10 seed, like they haven't even sniffed that these past couple years.
Which, random note before we move on, how funny is it that the matter of perspective, that the fight for the 10 seed last year was Mavericks, Kings, and Suns, and all their fan bases were just like, well, this is brutal. I hate this. And this year it's Memphis, Utah, and Portland, and all their fan bases are like, let's go. Let's get the 10 seed.
Bless the play-in. By the way, I was looking at Phoenix's record. What is make that make sense to me, please? How do you have Kevin? It might just literally be roster construction. Like the Kings are a great example of it now. If your roster isn't constructed in a meaningful, sensible way, doesn't matter how much talent it has, it's not going to work out. But for Phoenix to now, I think they're 19-12 or something after the season they had last year. They're less talent. Like it's just undeniable. They have less talent this year than they had last year.
Well, Jalen Green hasn't played yet.
Another fantastic point, right? Yeah, I saw him yelling at Colin Gillespie yesterday, and he's in street clothes, and so it's like, he hasn't even played, which might also be why they're playing well. But
Gillespie, Dylan Brooks,
dude. I mean, they have an identity, right? It could also just be that simple. They know who they are, and they know how they want to play.
And Grayson Allen all of a sudden is averaging 20 a game on 45% from 3.
Dude. It's crazy. Number 2.
Question 2.
Question 2. It is December 31st. So, Chris Watkins, what was your favorite sports moment of 2025?
I had to think about this one quite a bit, and it's a little bit it feels a little backwards for me to say, but this is like, it's just the reality of the situation. It was the Luka trade. Like, not obviously for the trade itself, definitely not for the result of it, the trade, but I mean, as a sports fan, like, that was, it was incredible. It was exhilarating. It was like you felt like, hey, every single time you've ever looked down at your phone because you have Shams or Woj notifications, like, that was the payoff. Like, that was the real moment where it's like the world is now different after this happens, and the immediate aftermath of, I remember when it broke, I was playing video games. I was on 2K, as a matter of fact, just playing by myself. And, I was like on the microphone and I was like, I have to leave. Like, I'm just playing a game, but like, I can't focus or do anything right now. And usually, I know you might not guess this because right now my job is to talk for 4 straight hours, but I'm not usually somebody who's at home, like, constantly, talking in my girlfriend's ear about the Kings or, whatever. Like, I try and live a fairly normal life and have normal conversations. But for those 2 days, day of and then immediate day after, I couldn't not lose my mind. Like, just the logic, the insanity, the fact that it works out for, I think the thing that I was most upset about and still clearly am worked up about is, why does it always have to be the Lakers? Like, how have these guys ran just franchise they had Lonzo, they had Josh Hart, Julius Randle, Brandon, they had Clarkson, they had
Kuzma.
D'Lo, Kuzma, they had just an entire roster stacked with really solid young role players, and they traded it all for Anthony Davis and somehow landed LeBron James, get Anthony Davis. Like,
yeah, they turned
it just fell into their lap after doing exactly what you shouldn't do. And like, they were actually, I don't know. It just really, really frustrated me that they somehow, the Lakers, of course, landed Luka just in their laps.
They turned basically what the Kings have right now, add like another lottery pick.
Yeah.
And turned it into a championship and Luka.
Yeah. I mean, it's
crazy.
I don't like that. That's exactly how it happened, and I've never thought of it in that framework. But yeah, and for that, like, it was my favorite moment of the sports year, just because it's like that's what we play for. That is what we follow sports for, is because quite literally anything can happen, and it broke how we have to think about everything. Nobody is truly untradeable anymore because Luka Doncic got traded. Like, it's one of those things that will now forever be the retort that you can throw. Oh, you can never say never because nobody thought Luka was going to get traded.
Yeah, which it's funny that you say that now, even 10 months later, and it feels true when we literally had a Game 7 in the NBA Finals.
Doesn't matter.
No,
doesn't matter.
Don't remember
World
that.
Series was cool too. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, don't remember where I was. There.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Don't really matter.
I remember where I was the moment Luka Doncic got traded.
I will never forget. I will truly never forget.
Yeah, which, funny enough, I just checked my notification. I saw the trade. I was like, wow. And then I saw the details. I was like, Lakers kind of got a good deal there.
I mean, that was the hilarious part of it, too. And again, the thing that made it so memorable is it being fake for like 10 minutes. It's like there's 0% chance this was real. And I think you will especially appreciate this, Kyle. The thing that made it so actually unbelievable when you read it was, where's all the protections? Like, that's how you knew it was like, well, this is just like Shams got hacked, because it would never just be Anthony Davis and Max Christie
and one pick
for Luka. Like, that, where are the complicated protections? Where are the future swaps? Like, where are all of the complicated BS that make trades and you working the trade machine every day to try and figure out how the Kings can offload Zach? Like, where is all that fun mixed in? It just felt too casual. It felt like, honestly, somebody who didn't actually know how deep the NBA can get just hacked Shams' phone and said, wouldn't it be funny if I tweeted this out? Luka, the biggest star in the world that everybody wants, traded to the biggest team in the NBA for a dude who is literally nicknamed Street Clothes. Like,
yeah,
crazy. Sorry. I'm clearly still worked up about it.
To your point, too, and I think you would agree, Anthony Davis is a 10-time All-Star, NBA champion, and first ballot Hall of Famer.
Congratulations.
Thing he's going to be remembered for the rest of his career.
Yeah, 100%.
Traded for Luka.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Never playing and being traded for Luka.
Yeah. My favorite personal sports moment was getting to see my guy Phillip Rivers roll up as a 44-year-old and play. But here's the thing. He was when you're 7 years old, the quarterback of your favorite team is your idol.
Yeah.
And so I loved Phillip Rivers. Yeah. Dante Culpepper. So I was like, oh, this is so cool. But actual favorite sports moment, that I know it didn't go the way most people wanted, but that Game 7 of the World Series was so awesome. So awesome.
Cool. Question 3.
Question 3.
All right, Chris. We got a minute or two on this. Right. It's December 31st, 2025. I need you to predict one thing you feel confident will happen in sports by December 31st, 2026.
Can I ask for your help on one word of my answer?
Sure.
LeBron James retirement. Tour? Question mark? Or no tour? Like, is it, especially, after watching Sunday and him play 17-4-4, this dude has been 25-7-7 his whole career. Is there a chance with All-Star game being in LA, the season hasn't quite gone? I mean, the Lakers are successful. They're going to make the playoffs, it seems, pretty confidently. Will they be successful in the playoffs? Who knows? But I'm more so saying I think that there's a chance the retirement tour might happen this back half of this year, because him playing an entire another season next year in that retirement tour mindset, I just don't know if it feels very LeBron. Like, it feels to me like the wheels are already getting a little squeaky and maybe getting a little wobbly. Feels to me like LeBron, it's not out of the question that the retirement might happen this year. So I guess my question for you is, should I add retirement tour? Because for me, retirement tour is saying next season, last season. Retirement would just be this year very well could be the last one. He just hasn't announced.
I don't know. Call your shot. There's no rules here.
It's a fair point. We're just going to take the tour out of it. I think this might be LeBron's last. I think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying my prediction for by this time next year, LeBron James will be retired.
Okay.
He will no longer be playing on December 31st, 2026.
Yeah. That's a good one, because I don't know where he's going to go. The Cavs have the most expensive team in the league, right? They're staring down the second apron.
Because that's the thing is, his contract is up. And so if he were to play next year, he would have to pick the team, obviously, but also, find a contract that, is he going to play on the minimum? Is he going to play for the Knicks? Is he going to return to Cleveland?
I think it has to be Cleveland if he's going to do the retirement tour. What's the point of going to New York for a retirement tour when they're trying to compete? Not that the Cavs aren't, but
it's the star thing. It's him being in New York. He's got Mike Brown, he's familiar with. The Knicks bringing a championship potentially last year, even if it's just as a role player to New York, might mean something more than, if he goes to Cleveland, there's going to be a lot of nights where people just don't care. People won't tune in. I think if you're in New York, you'll at least get that New York fan base and obviously all the media attached to it, trying to be every game will be its own individual story.
I guess, but if you're going to do the retirement tour, you kind of want it to be on an organization that's going to shower you with praise.
And that's where maybe the Lakers could work, but I think they seem to be, especially with Luka there, they're ready to move on.
Well, they gave him a hard deadline. Yeah. They were like, this is it. Yeah. You want the retirement tour? And he didn't want it. Yeah. Just real quick before we go to break, I know the last couple weeks have wavered a little bit, but Thunder are going to win the championship. Just put that down.
I was going to say that's a guarantee, but that's the whole point.
Yeah. Thunder going to be
two-time NBA champions.
Yeah, two-time NBA champs back-to-back break the league.
There you go. You heard it here. You did. You probably actually didn't hear it here first. So there you go. 3 for Madness. Thank you, Kyle, very much for setting that up. And coming up in our next segment, we go around the NBA, and I'm going to reveal my favorite current nickname in the NBA. It's pretty incredible. So stay tuned for that. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
on Sactown Sports 1140.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
At InShape, we have a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, the after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, bodybuilder, walker, runner, swimmer, spinner, stretcher, rower, climber, jumper, dancer, boxer, sauna seeker, recoverer. Basically, if you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong at InShape. So whether it's your first time or your first time in a while, start the year strong and join today at InShape.com. That's InShape.com. Find a location nearest to you.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Rights reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investor day.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
No Carmichael Dave or Jason Ross today. Enjoying their nice little holiday break. They'll be, I think one of them at least will be back next Monday.
I think the whole crew is back.
I think so. I believe so. I know at least Verlot will be back on Monday. Well, I guess I shouldn't promise that either.
You never know.
You never know. You just never know. Who knows if Dave will be here? Dave might be in England for all we know.
Dave has said he'll be back in January. So January 28th.
It's like our guaranteed rate bowl, right? He'll be back in January. I can't guarantee when in January, but...
Well, it's not guaranteed rates anymore. It's just rates.
So he'll be back in January. Will he be back January 4th? I don't know. We'll find out together. Chris Watkins filling in for the two. Kyle Ledbetter on the other side of the glass filling in for one Chris Verlot. And I thought it would be a nice little opportunity to go around the association last night where, yes, as we know, the Kings lost by 41 points to the Los Angeles Clippers, the now 11-win Los Angeles Clippers, who are, again, on a 5-game winning streak, the longest active winning streak in the association right now. So I guess you could say the Kings ran into a buzzsaw a little bit if you want. But yeah, Clippers moved to 7-8 at home, which is actually pretty impressive for a team that is 11-21 on the year. But I guess their record never really made a ton of sense with how much talent they have. And also, ladies and gentlemen, we should all be rooting for the Clippers at this point. I don't know if y'all are aware of what could potentially happen here, but the Clippers are our only hope for Kyle's prediction not being true for the next 6 years, because the Oklahoma City Thunder do hold the rights to the Los Angeles Clippers pick. And with that thing at one point being dangerously close to being able to get number one, Yeah, I think we all should be rooting for the Clippers to get back into the play-in race. Please, 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 because that would be I want to say right now OKC has we'll call it 3.5 first-round picks right now, where there's a lottery-protected one, and I can't remember what team is on the fringe of it, but I think they can have up to 4 first-round picks potentially this year. So we don't need any of that. And yeah, OKC has the Clippers, Utah pick, and also potentially the Philadelphia pick. So there you go. Those are the 3 picks that you need to be looking out for if you're very concerned about OKC just running the league for the rest of all of our adult lives.
I think OKC also has 2 picks next year and the Kings' Neat Clifford pick for the trade last year, which I think was San Antonio's pick anyways, but still.
Let's just not worry about that until next year, huh?
Yeah, people are they're not going to be able to re-sign Hartenstein. Guess what? Here's AJ DeBanza.
It's at some point they have to have more, and I think this was the case as of a couple of years ago. They had 15 first-round draft picks in the next 4 years, and it's well, that's you can literally field an entire team of just first-round draft picks these next 4 years. So it's either some people who are actively on your squad right now are going to be leaving, and those are guys who are contributing to championships, or you're trading really good first-round picks for either kicking the can down the road or more good play. They figured it out, man.
They already started.
It's crazy. It's over. It's over. It feels like, we're in the end game now is what it really feels like.
Because Sam Presti and his glasses broke the league.
Nerd. God. Just absolutely killing it. I seriously don't know if there's ever been somebody who's done this. Danny Ainge is maybe the closest that we ever gotten to somebody, running a 2 timeline kind of thing where, they were able to draft Jaylen Brown or Jason Tatum, as they were still competing. This is another level. This is absolutely insane. So, last night you had the opening game on Peacock, which again, Kyle had to remind me the Kings Clippers were scheduled to be the Peacock game yesterday, which is why it was at 8 p.m. Then got flexed off of that one, so the Lakers Pistons ended up being the nightcap for Peacock. But started off the night with the 76ers getting the overtime win over the Grizzlies. Ja Morant, 40 points in that one. VJ Edgecombe hit the game-winning 3 for Philadelphia. Joel Embiid, I saw, he played 38 minutes last night, 34 points. That is, I will have to double-check, but that is, from my understanding, the most minutes he's played all season long, which is probably not surprising to most of you out there. He's played, that is the most minutes that he's played all season. Again, the game did go into overtime. Joel Embiid has only played 14 games so far this season. Even still, though, it's just incredible that he's even able to put up the numbers he does, 22 points per game, 6.7 rebounds. But the fact that he's, just essentially a part-time basketball player at this point, he's like a mercenary. It's kind of crazy. And Philadelphia is doing a good job after just a completely embarrassing season last year. They're 3 games above 500 right now. Tyrese Maxey seems to be really taking the reins as their franchise cornerstone, and it's working out for him. Again, 3 games above 500 right now, getting the overtime win over the Memphis Grizzlies. And VJ Edgecombe looks like one of the best rookies from this class, and it kind of felt like his draft pick got slid under the radar a little bit with the Ace Baileys and, of course, Cooper Flagg of everything. Not many people talked about VJ Edgecombe going to the 76ers. Been a really good addition there. How about history happening in that Celtics-Jazz game? As I mentioned, those funny, it's the Danny Ainge Bowl in that one, Celtics versus Jazz. Celtics dominated 129-119 in that one. And when I say big story, this is insane. Derek White, his stat line from last night is the thing of basketball nerd nirvana. He had 36 minutes. Yeah. 27 points for Derek White. That's not where it gets real. 7 rebounds, 6 assists for Derek White. How about 7 blocks? 7 blocks for Derek White, setting a new career high. And guess what? Let's see here. There are now 5 guards in NBA history who have blocked 7 shots in a game. White joins the list that already included Tracy McGrady, Dennis Johnson, George Gervin, And any guesses?
It's going to be someone from like the black and white era, isn't it?
It is not. It is somebody who played, we'll say, in the early 2000s.
Is it Jason Kidd?
Derek White, now one of 5 guards in NBA history who has blocked 7 shots in a game, joins a list that includes Tracy McGrady, Dennis Johnson, George Gervin, and Coach Doug Christie.
Wow.
How about these? I love that sound so much. Of White's 7 blocks, 4 of them came on 7-1 sharpshooter Lauri Markkanen. So just like he's just the ultimate role player. It's really incredible. Derek White holding down the fort as Jason Tatum was obviously out for, I hope, the entire season, because I hate seeing all the Jason Tatum trying to return by January from an Achilles that he popped in April. It's really, really nerve-wracking. But yeah, Derek White has been fantastic this year. And how about this, man? It's not that he, lit the scoreboard on fire or anything. Neemias Queta just continues to give this team minutes. Started for them, played 29 minutes, 12 points, 3 steals, a block, 3 rebounds, which is, of course, not what you ideally want from your center. But Neemias is 6 of 7 from the field. I saw 6-7. I saw he has he's approaching
6-7 derailed.
It just completely threw off my entire brain. He's had a ton of games this year, and if I'm not mistaken, creeping up on an NBA record for efficiency. Has had a ton of games in which he just hasn't missed. I think. Let me see here if I can pull up the Basketball Reference real quick. He has had in these 25-26 season games in which he has shot 1,007 games this year in which he has went a perfect field goal percentage, and that leads the NBA and is, I wish I had the exact stat, but the bigger point is that he has been incredibly efficient, and it's not as if he's reinventing the wheel out there. He is just being in the dunker spot and playing a role, and he's doing it really, really well for a Boston Celtics team that you could argue doesn't have like a mega super duper star. You could say what you want, have your conversations about Jaylen Brown, who has played really, really well this season. But Neemias Queta just proves to be a really solid rotational big man. This season, 10 points per game, 7.7 rebounds, and he's started all 30 of the games that he has played in this season for the Boston Celtics, which is just incredible. I would have never thought.
We got to go to break here real quick, but maybe on the other side. I have located the box score of the Doug Christie 7-block game.
Yes. Oh, my gosh. I love it. Can't wait to get to that. We will have that for you, as well as another round of Bowl versus Stole, and I have to give you the my favorite current NBA nickname. You'll get all of that packed in to our 45 segment coming up on the other side. You're listening to Sactown Sports.
When I was in Iraq, our convoy was hit. It was bad. After I came home, I could still hear booms and see tracer fire. Makes it hard to be a good mom.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
I'm Naomi Mathis, Air Force veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
With help from DAV, I was able to begin to heal.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm part of DAV. We're veterans helping veterans to get the benefits they've earned. And I give my veterans my all.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford. And with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Ford. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Carmichael Dave.
He has very good sources, and he just kind of tells it as it is and gets to the point.
Jason Ross.
He has a lot of pretty smart things to say.
He's good at what he does.
On Sactown Sports.
All right, welcome into the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Chris Watkins, Kyle Ledbetter filling in. And before we went to the break there, Kyle mentioned he found some magic. Not Orlando, but he found the box score in which Doug Christie had a tied record for most blocks by a guard, as Derek White just currently tied the record for most blocks by a guard with 7 in their game last night against the Utah Jazz. Kyle, you said that there was some squirreliness in that box score. Why don't you tell me and the people what you found?
Okay, it's wonderful, truly. So we'll start with this.
Okay.
Toronto Raptors Doug Christie.
Great.
Not even Kings. Toronto Raptors Doug Christie on February 29th, 2000.
Okay.
Which, for those keeping track at home, February 29th, Leap Day.
Interesting.
On a leap
2000, and this is when he was still on the Raptors, so I would assume
Toronto Raptors.
This is his last year before being a King.
Yes, he was traded in that offseason to Sacramento. But February 29th, 2000, Doug Christie for the Toronto Raptors posted 7 points, 7 assists, 7 blocks for the Toronto Raptors in 36 minutes.
Interesting.
A triple single unlike any that has ever been posted
7's
before.
a lucky number too, isn't it?
I think so.
Triple 7s on a leap day has to be some sort of voodoo something.
Something like that.
Yeah, there's somebody out there who does not like that combination at all.
By the way, 1 for 6 from 3. Just saying, but
it was a different time, Kyle.
Well, speaking of a different time, final score of this game. By the way, the Toronto Raptors were playing the 12-43 Chicago Bulls.
What are some names that are just on both sides of the box score here?
In this 87-80 final score,
thriller.
The Toronto Raptors started an incredible lineup of
2000.
Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, Doug Christie, Antonio Davis, Charles Oakley, and then coming off the bench, Muggsy Bogues and Del Curry.
A lot of guards.
Yeah, a lot of guards.
A lot of guards.
Which is why they eventually traded Doug Christie to Sacramento for, I can't remember who it was.
Can't tell you. Yeah.
I think maybe it was Corliss Williams. It might have been.
Sounds right.
Might have been Corliss Williamson.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'm sure we can find that.
For the Bulls team that was 12-43, you had a lineup that included Hersey Hawkins, Dickie Simpkins, Randy Brown, a rookie Elton Brand, number 1 pick in the draft, and what is listed on here as Meta Sandiford Artest.
Yeah.
A.K.A. Ron Artest, A.K.A. Meta World Peace, A.K.A. apparently now Meta Sandiford Artest.
On the Clippers?
No, on the Bulls.
Oh, Bulls. I'm sorry. Yes. All right. Yeah. I was like, I don't remember him playing for the.
By the way, Ron Artest, Meta, Santa, whatever.
Elton Brand was drafted by the Bulls. I only knew him as a Clipper.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right.
Elton Brand was the number 1 pick in the draft, I think,
yes, yeah,
by the Bulls.
If I'm not mistaken, I could definitely be wrong. So this is the 2000. It's like Corey Maggette, the first pick of this next draft. Is it Michael Ovalacandi, perhaps?
Let's pull up the 2000 NBA draft. I'm sure a truly forgettable one. Kenyon Martin was the first pick.
Kenyon Martin, Kmart. Hey, I think we
followed by Stromile Swift.
Yeah, Stromile Swift, yeah.
Darius Miles.
Hey, shout out Darius Miles.
The Bulls, for all of their losing that year, drafted Marcus Fizer.
Okay.
Might be Mike Miller.
The Michael, like not like actual shooting Mike Miller?
Yes, not the coach of the Kings, okay. Mike Miller.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through it now. Jamal Crawford was the 8th pick.
Wow.
Hito Turkoglu, 16th pick by the Kings.
Really solid there.
The only one on the list who made an all-star team is the aforementioned Kenyon Martin and Jamal McGlure.
Okay, I remember Jamal McGlure. I think that was where the Charlotte Hornet days, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So anyways, great Doug Christie throwback.
Wow.
7 points, 7 rebounds, or 7 points, 7 assists, 7 blocks.
Wow. I mean, that is it's very fitting that Doug is on that list because he was that kind of player, 100%.
Also had 2 steals.
There you go. So how about 9 stocks in that game? That's crazy. I don't even think Derek White had that last night. So, wow, absolutely incredible. That's the guy that they keep telling Keon Ellis to watch his tape, and he just refuses to. But yeah,
Could you imagine if Keon blocked 7 shots in a game?
People would lose their mind. I mean, literally, it would be all that we talked about for the entire year. It's like, how is Keon Ellis not playing every single minute of every single game if our defense sucks? Just play that guy and play him at center, honestly.
The Keon 7 block game would be the Keegan 48-point 11-3 game where it's like years from now, it's just lore.
You heard it here first. Keon Ellis blocks it again right here on Sactown Sports. It writes itself. Speaking of writing itself, I did see yesterday on X my favorite nickname I have seen for an NBA player in a very, very long time, and it's very unfortunately fitting for this guy. And I was a fan of him, and as you mentioned, Keegan Murray and that big performance. This is a guy who was drafted the same year as Keegan Murray. One Paolo Banchero. Paolo, as some of you still call him, but I promise no longer. I saw has been given the nickname PB No J. Paolo Banchero, the PB of it, the No J, because the man is shooting 43% from the field this year, 23% from 3. And if I were to break it down more into the splits on catch and shoot opportunities in general, so he's just literally, and you would assume if he's catching and shooting, not dribbling, not trying to create extra space, he is presumably wide open on a lot of these, and I can actually get you his wide open numbers as well, which are pretty bad. His catch and shoot numbers, he is shooting 32% on catch and shoot attempts, 17 of 53. From 3, specifically, 15 of 50 on catch and shoot attempts. That is 30%. On pull-up jumpers, which he enjoys taking, 109 total pull-up jumper attempts. He's hit 26 of them. That's 23.9% on pull-up jumpers, which are already, even visually, a bad shot to take. If you're taking a pull-up jumper, that's settling. You're not getting to the rim. You're not presumably taking a 3. I mean, of his 109 pull-up attempts, 32 of them have been 3s. So a lot of those are just garbage, meaningless mid-range pull-ups. The mid-ranges, 29.9% he's making. The 3-pointers, 9.4. He is 3 of 32 on his pull-up 3 attempts. 9%. If we're just talking wide open, what they would consider wide open, 6+ feet away, the nearest defender. Paolo Banchero, 18 of 48. 37% on wide open attempts. From 3, 12 of 40. 30% on wide open 3s. If you count 4 to 6 feet, which just counts as open, 36 of 106, 34%. From 3, 7 of 37, 18.9% on open threes. I present to you PB No J.
Okay.
My favorite current nickname.
I do love that nickname. That is incredibly funny. But Allen has been on this about the Paolo thing, that he's just not it. And I don't even know what you do if you're the Orlando Magic, because he is your future. You just have to figure out how to play alongside him, I guess. I don't know.
I think some of it is definitely shot diet. I mean, there's no reason for him to be taking that many pull-ups, especially not mid-range pull-ups. In my opinion, the dude is massive. I mean, the one thing that stuck out from day one when I was there in Vegas to see the Paolo Banchero, the Murray Miracle in Vegas, when the Kings beat the Magic in their first Summer League game, Paolo Banchero is a legitimate 6'9", 6'10", and his body is filled out. That dude is yoked. He looks like a big body out there. He needs to get to the rim. Like, there's no reason for him to not be finishing at the top of the league. And let me see if I can find his at the rim numbers, but there's just really no excuse for Paolo Banchero to not be, able to throw his body weight around and finish at the rim at a much higher rate, or at least take those attempts a lot more than he's taking these mid-range jumpers, because his shot is clearly not working for him right now, and he's got to figure it out, because he is he is a scorer for this team. And I guess to your point, or Allen's point, like, they kind of are just going to sink or swim with him. Like, they're not going to tell him not to shoot those shots. So there you go. PB No J. That is my current favorite nickname. Someone is saying compare it to Keegan's. Maybe we can do that on the other side here. So we will get into some bowl or stole as well. But in our 8 o'clock segment, definitely going to circle back around to that Kings-Clippers game last night. The Kings with their worst record through 33 games all time. It's pretty incredible that the Kings are in this spot, that even in a organization that just is littered with losing seasons, this one is still up there as one of the worst ones they've had. We'll talk about that and more right here on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Download the Sactown Sports app.
Sacramento sports in your pocket. This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Report is brought to you by Kia Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago, 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 888-250-250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the week. Your week! So right now, I need every single listener on their feet. Callers, texters, YouTubers, make some noise for Sacramento's favorite sports morning show.
Chris Watkins.
And the man behind the glass,
Kyle Ledbetter.
Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross might not be working. I'll tell you who is, though. The man that you just heard. Kyle Ledbetter, no days off except for last week.
And only 2 days.
And 2 days this week. That is quality work there. Thank you, Scott Freshour, for getting us ready. It is your time. 8 o'clock, halfway through the program. As you heard, halfway through the week as well.
Although I hope you get tomorrow off.
I would hope so.
Most
I don't think
people.
a lot of people, I don't think it's a guarantee. Yeah, I would hope though, right? I mean, if you're going to get one of today or tomorrow off, definitely, obviously, if you're going to be staying up till past midnight tonight, definitely hope it would be tomorrow. But, you take it however you can get it. And, we appreciate you for tuning in. If this is your day off, if you are working, I know our guy Dwayne Baker mentioned early in the YouTube chat, he's working a long day today. So for all you like Dwayne out there that are hustling hard, like Kyle Ledbetter and myself, got to pat ourselves on the back. Somebody had to keep these mics on and warm. So, we appreciate you all for joining us today on this wonderful New Year's Eve morning still. I can see through our one little slit of window that it does appear to no longer be dark outside, so that's nice to see.
It's foggy, though.
It is foggy, yeah. It was really weird as I was driving in from Berkeley last night. I went to go see UC Berkeley take on Louisville in their opening matchup for both teams in ACC conference play. Went to go see Michael Brown Jr. of Louisville play. He's supposed to be a top 5 pick. He practiced on Sunday. He was probable to play and then was a late scratch. So, still was a great environment. It was an okay environment. There was really 2 minutes where the crowd got into it. Berkeley was kind of down by 10 the entire game, but still, nonetheless, really cool experience. I'm going to be heading down there in a couple weeks. Duke and UNC will be out in Berkeley, and then going to make it out to the big basketball game. I don't know if that's what they call it, but Stanford and Berkeley as well. So excited to kind of get out there. But as I was coming in yesterday, of course, listening in to the radio station, listening to the Kings fall to the Clippers, listening to the sounds of the one and only G-Man, as only he can do. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ever watching the game and you just can't anymore and you're like, I'm sick of this, or whatever reason you just want to turn off the TV, I would recommend, if you just want to feel, if you still are like, well, I don't want to miss the game, or it's just, I just can't watch, but it doesn't mean I don't want to know. The G-Man will make you feel better, especially if they are down 25, 30, 40. I'm sure G-Man doesn't always love it, but I promise you that is when that man thrives. He is hilarious when the Kings are losing. Just all the quips, and I'm sure, he's got, unfortunately, plenty of experience throughout these years of figuring out how to keep these games entertaining, even when the product itself isn't. And, G-Man yesterday just still got his A game, man. And I know HT was down there as well at the Intuit Dome with him, so maybe that gave him a little bit extra juice, but cannot recommend the stylings of one Gary Gerald enough. And, we will have Kings basketball for you tomorrow as the Kings take on the Boston Celtics right here in Sacramento at the Golden One Center. Should be entertaining. We just talked about Derek White having a 7-block game last night against the Utah Jazz, and how Sacramento Kings head coach Doug Christie is the one of the only other guards, one of 5 other guards now in NBA history to have a game in which he finishes with 7 blocks. He did that for the Toronto Raptors right before being traded to the Sacramento Kings. So didn't have that game for the Kings, but did, entice the Kings enough to acquire his services. Somebody before the break, as I was revealing my favorite nickname currently in the NBA, one PB No J for Paolo Banchero, who is shooting 23% from 3. And I went through all of his, catch and shoot numbers, his wide open shot numbers and all of that. And then I looked at the YouTube chat, and who is this? Kingstown 85, must be a true Kings fan, got the 85 in there as well. Mentions on the YouTube, compare that to Keegan's, which I was like, okay, I know Keegan's not shooting well, but
come on.
It's going to look better than that.
It's got to be better than PB No J.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Kingstown 85 who put this on my radar, that those numbers for Keegan are pretty much just as bad. And it's kind of crazy. And me and Kyle were kind of having a talk during the break about why these numbers might be, and we'll bring it on air. But let's get through these numbers first. Keegan has played. Paolo Banchero has played in 23 games. Keegan's only played in 16. That shouldn't really matter in terms of percentages, but some of these totals might not be obviously equal or should even be compared as equal. But for the catch and shoot numbers, definitely pretty much the same. Paolo Banchero on the season, 20 of 84, 23%. I'm sorry, that's total. Paolo Banchero on catch and shoot, 15 of 50, 30%. Keegan Murray on the season on catch and shoot, 20 of 65, 30.8%. So almost the exact same on catch and shoot. If you want to talk wide open, which is kind of where I just roasted Paolo the most, Paolo Banchero, well, maybe for his mid-ranges, which Keegan really doesn't take, thankfully. For Paolo Banchero, wide open 3-point attempts, Paolo Banchero is 12 of 40 for 30%. Doesn't sound very good. Again, you're wide open. This is defined as the closest defender is 6 feet away from you. Paolo Banchero, 30% on wide open 3-point attempts. Keegan Murray, we're talking wide open. We're talking like it probably shouldn't matter if he's moving. It doesn't matter if, it was a grenade or anything. He is still wide open on these attempts. 11 of 37, 29.7%. So actually worse than PB No J over there. And then on open attempts, sorry, real quick, this is the last one. On just open attempts, 4 to 6 feet, nearest defender, Keegan, 9 of 39, 25%. Paolo Banchero, 7 of 37. So, if we're going to say Paolo is struggling from the field right now, the mirror has to be right back at Keegan as well. He is shooting just as bad from the same spots in pretty much the same scenarios.
Just read that last one again real quick.
The open attempts. So Keegan Murray, 4 to 6 feet closest defender. Keegan Murray, 9 of 36, 25%. Wide open, 6 feet nearest defender, 11 of 37, 29%.
So if you average that out, that's going to be about 27%, roughly, something like
give
that.
Or take, yep.
On open threes.
That's just on open. That's just on
open threes. I have pulled.
Which, by the way, he's 0 of 3 on tight covered, and he has not taken a very tight 3 yet. So those are a majority of his 3. All but 3 of his 3-point attempts have been either defined as open or wide open, which is eye-opening for me.
Among players who have taken at least 100 3-pointers this year, the worst percentage in the league, and again, 100's kind of a lot, but highest percentage in the league, or worst in the league, is Jordan Poole at 28.8%.
Keegan has taken 76 3 points.
Yes.
3-point attempt.
But on open threes, Keegan is about 28%.
Yep.
Jordan Poole, who is worst in the league among volume shooters, is shooting 27% period from the field.
Make it make sense. I don't know. And you know what? I was working the Houston Rockets radio broadcast, helping out with them. They just needed an extra hand on one of the games as they were playing the Kings. And their radio announcer, who I can't blame him because, especially when you're going around the league on radio, you're just compiling stats. You don't have time to watch all of these games. Maybe you watch the previous game before. He pretty much had like Keegan Murray, not much of a shooter. And in my head, I'm like, this guy clearly doesn't know, and the Rockets, well, funny enough, they were up in that draft. He probably should have scouted. Jabari Smith Jr. was the Rockets pick early in that draft, but I can't kind of blame him because if you are just looking at the numbers and you're saying, okay, like Keegan was a 39, 40, he might have been actually at 40 his rookie year, but since then it's been fairly decent volume and it's declining and it's 35% and now it's all the way down to 26%. And so I'm not going to say is Keegan a theoretical shooter, but it's like it has, especially now looking at these numbers again, I have to wonder, not necessarily was it a fluke, but I guess just raw question of like, is Keegan Murray as good of a shooter as maybe what we all thought he was?
That one's tough to gauge because I think him sitting in the corner and shooting threes the first Beam Team season was indicative of him being more talented than the role they were asking him to play. And so him focusing in on that role was, I think, helpful for him in terms of
simplifying the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Like what we talk about with Dylan Cardwell a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And then even the post-Beam Team season, they started putting Barnes in the corner more, and he was on the wing, and his three-point percentage actually went up. Yeah. So that was kind of the sign where people were like, oh, he has a chance to be a legitimately great three-point shooter. And it's obviously plateaued since then, but what I've been stuck on is that a Keegan Murray development thing, or is that a playing alongside DeMar DeRozan thing? Because when DeRozan plays on the wing, Keegan either is playing opposite wing and not getting a lot of passes except for the end of shot clock Jake LaRavia butter situations, as he called them.
Butter situation.
So he's getting so where I would hesitate is I want to see what it looks like once DeRozan is no longer on the team. If that opens things up for him because DeRozan's playing opposite wing, more ball dominant, and Keegan is not getting those rhythm and flow opportunities like he used to. And DeRozan's so healthy that like we see DeRozan play out there all the time. Like I remember Jack Dan brought up the stats last year where it's like when Keon and Keegan played together, their offensive efficiencies went way up because both of them were spot shooters and could operate with the ball a little bit. It was interesting, but small sample size, obviously.
Yeah, I think the Keegan shooting thing to me, like exactly what you said, like the lineups he's been put in and the players more specifically that he's been out there with, I think are if we want to do a blame pie, it's a decent chunk of the reason why I think Keegan, maybe these numbers, why these numbers are down, but maybe why you shouldn't necessarily take it as gospel, like just because these numbers, I say this, I used to say this, or I was saying this a lot during the playoff run last year because I will fully admit, like I'm a little bit of a Tyrese Halliburton hater, but just because something does happen doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. And that's how I feel about Keegan Murray, in his shot percentage right now. It's just like, just because he is shooting 25% from three doesn't, to me, like, you can't just say like he is a 25% 3-point shooter. Like I think situation matters. And to me, I would add to, yes, like definitely him being put out there with DeRozan. And if he's not going to, get plays called for him to get open, and if he's just going to get, grenades and things like that, absolutely that plays a factor. But to me, the moment that it really felt like Keegan's shooting was taking a back seat was when they asked him to do so much defensively. And the question, I guess, is now like, and it's kind of, the question is now, can Keegan do both? Is Keegan able to exert that? Because I should pull up his tracking numbers. If I'm not mistaken, there was a point where he was running the most miles, like covering the most distance on the floor in the entire NBA. And so if you're going to ask him to, run a half marathon throughout the game, but also be a 40% three-point shooter, how realistic is that? Is that a roster construction thing? Is that just the guy that you want Keegan Murray to be? And then, does that kind of, I'll tie it in with like the Kevin Huerter conversation of when Kevin Huerter wasn't hitting threes, what else is Kevin Huerter out there doing for you? And at the end of the day, Kevin Huerter is out there to hit threes. And so if he's not doing that, it's great that he's doing the other supplemental things, but at the end of the day, I have him out there to be him. And if he's not being him, we can find somebody else who will do what I actually, it's a weird stage of development. It just feels like where this team, it's a little bit of what's the biggest problem with the roster being constructed the way it is it's really tough to even like with Maxime Reynaud. It's tough to figure out how legitimate these minutes are, how real, how seriously do we take this? How legitimate do we feel like the staying power is? Because it just doesn't really feel like this is a real life NBA basketball context that you can take as a universal truth throughout all things. Like just because Keegan's struggling in this situation doesn't necessarily mean that if he weren't on the Lakers right now and playing the Rui Hachimura role, he wouldn't be a 40% three-point shooter because, Luka is doing all the hard stuff and he's just getting, well, funny enough, wide open threes. But I just kind of feel like the Kings have put themselves in this weird stage right now, which is, again, why I think we're all just sitting here waiting for a trade to happen, because even when we are watching this current squad, we have to take everything we see with a grain of salt, because it's not a real context.
Yeah, and the other part that I keep bringing up with the three-point shooting is after Doug took over the team last year, Keegan was a 39% three-point shooter the rest of the season.
Yeah.
So it was just he had that rough start and got better, but now with the small sample size of this year, it feels like he's regressing back. Yeah. And you brought up a great point with the defense and the effort being exerted on the floor. He's also doing all of that without a proper ramp up to the start of the season, because he went through training camp and then the injury happened. And so, he's probably running, but he's not doing basketball cut motion activity because he's not playing for 2 months. And then you put him back and he's running so much. And again, I'm not a doctor, but I know that that's where the soft tissue injuries come up. And lo and behold, he pops up on the injury report with a calf strain and misses a couple games, I assume in part because of all the effort that is being exerted. Again, I don't know for sure, but it doesn't take a big leap to point out that the soft tissue injuries often come from the overexerting, and they're playing him a lot on defense. And I remember Drew Holiday was always the example of that, where people thought the offensive game was gone, but then he went to a situation where he was allowed to shoot more because he didn't have to defend as much, and he went back to being an all-star. So maybe that's more of the blame pie than even just the rotations and lineups and things like that.
So I have the travel stats in front of me right now for the entire NBA season. These are per game. Keegan Murray is currently tied for second, if you will, in terms of miles traveled per game. Number one is Tyrese Maxey at 2.8 miles per game that he runs. It's not quite a half marathon. Keegan Murray is number two, tied with Mikal Bridges at 2.7 miles ran per game. They have it broken up by offense and defense. Keegan Murray, number one in the NBA in distance miles traveled on the defensive end. Him and Toumani Camara, both 1.3 miles traveled on the defensive end per game. That's why Keegan Murray isn't hitting threes, in my opinion, is because on the other end of the floor, he is literally just playing tag, and then is being asked on the other end to, breathe and maybe sit in the corner, maybe, even continue to move. Maybe, he's not taking a ton of shots off the dribble, but like all of that stuff, I'm sure is just extra tiring when, look, I mean, superstars take the defensive end of the defensive side of the ball off. Usually that's their time to breathe. If you're asking Keegan Murray to travel the most distance of anybody in the NBA on defense, what do you expect him to do on the offensive end? Use that offensive time to catch his breath. And if he's not getting that opportunity, like or he's just sitting there and he's exhausted, like it's no surprise to me that the numbers are the way they are. Like Paolo Banchero is nowhere on either of these lists in terms of miles traveled. He's just bricking and he's fresh. Keegan Murray at least has the excuse of, brother, I'm exhausted. Like I'm putting it up there and it's all muscle memory at this point.
Especially in an offense where you are constantly playing with so many players who are quote unquote offensive specialists, right? That's what Russ is bringing you at this point. That's the whole reason you bring in DeMar DeRozan is those clutch bucket getting, go into your office moments. I know Zach's been out recently, but Zach also. And then you throw in he hasn't played with Sabonis all season. When Sabonis comes back, Sabonis is the focal point of an offense that you expect to be better than the one that's out there now. Yeah. So it changes the it's the same thing that we talked about with Nick Clifford earlier, and your point that Deuce brought up on the postgame, which is just because not all minutes are created equal, not all shots are created equal. If you're a fourth or fifth option on offense, it is a lot of chucks and wait for the ball to get to you. Those butter situations that Jake LaRavia talked about all the time. That's constantly what you're finding yourself in.
Butter situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And Keegan hasn't come up in butter time, and I think it's definitely explainable. But also, like, the problem is the Kings are probably down by 15 a lot of those times too. And, you know, there's no momentum. Like, momentum is definitely, especially with three-point shooting, it feels like momentum is huge. It feels like sometimes it's like it doesn't matter where that shot goes in. With the way these past 3 possessions have gone, that thing is just, it's destined to hit the bottom of the net, you know, and that just hasn't been how the Kings offense has flowed at all. And so I think that's, again, another reason why if you're down 15 and it doesn't matter if it is an open shot, you know, you have no offensive rhythm and you're really taking the 3 because you're just trying to bring the lead down. Like, again, not all shots are created equal. Context definitely matters. And something tells me that a lot of the context of Keegan Murray's shots, again, are different than Paolo Banchero, who is on a winning team and they're competing. And, like, he's probably missing some pretty important clutch shots where maybe those shots could go to other people. Whereas Keegan Murray, even though Keegan is struggling, I still don't think anybody is saying, hey, can we have Keegan, like, maybe tone it down a little? Like, I still feel like people would say, I don't care if Keegan's shooting 25%. I want him taking 9 threes a game, you know?
Yeah, it's different when you're playing with Desmond Bain and Franz Wagner and
Anthony Black.
Anthony Black, like, your guy.
My guy.
Yeah.
Anthony Black, please come to Sacramento. It's got to happen.
I don't think they can do it anymore. They missed the window.
Yeah, they did. They really did.
They missed the window.
He's too mainstream now these days.
Yeah, he's going to be their starting point guard now.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't mind a Jalen Suggs. I will tell you that. I don't think they're in any rush to get rid of Jalen Suggs either. But
well, don't say that around Allen. He thinks that's the worst contract in the league.
That's crazy.
He says he never plays and just we see him with Haley Van Lith.
Hey, man. Jalen Suggs, one of the best dual threat athletes of all time. If I'm not mistaken, he was the number 1 quarterback out of Minnesota when he came out of high school as well. He was like a 5-star athlete for basketball and football.
What's the deal? So he played with Chet? I can't remember. It was something with him and Chet.
They were either on the same AAU team or they played in high school together. They're both Minnesota legends.
Yeah, I think they were like the same high school. But
Paige Beckers as well. Yeah. They're all like really, really close.
Yeah. I think maybe it was different grades anyways. But yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which now that Wendell Carter is dating Angel Reese, it's just like the Magic are all just
yeah, it's just basketball heaven, basketball nirvana over there. They just need to get Bam. Get Bam over there, get Asia, you know, just fill up the whole squad.
Angel Reese, Haley Van Lith.
That's a US 3x3 team that I don't want to play against, that's for sure. Yeah, and then getting real quick, we'll wrap a bow on this Kings talk here. Through 33 games, the Kings are on an all-timer right now. Their worst record through 33 games. They have currently tied it at 8-25. They also reached that mark in the 2008-2009 season, the 2010-2011 season, the 1989-90 season, and for some reason, Kyle likes to bring this team up, the 1958-59 team. Kyle, why do you like to bring this team up?
Okay, I couldn't remember if I had talked about this with you before. Okay, so...
Is this like the Seagrams?
No, this is the Cincinnati Royals, but I'm going to pull up their Wikipedia page and just read to you the first little snippet of it.
Okay.
1958-59 Cincinnati Royals was the 14th season of the franchise, second season in Cincinnati. This season is known as one of the most notorious seasons faced by an NBA team in league history. Prior to the season, a tragic career-ending head injury to star Maurice Stokes, who became permanently hospitalized at the age of 24 at the end of last season, shocked 6 other roster players into retiring. So Maurice Stokes, who was the star of the Cincinnati Royals, got a concussion in a playoff game. Because this was 1958, they were like, go out there. Put him on a plane. The cabin pressure changed. He suffered a stroke that left him permanently paralyzed. Oh my gosh. He ended up living a bunch of years afterwards, but never was he had to live under hospital care for the rest of his life. 6 of the 10 players on the team retired after that happened because they were like, I would rather go be a plumber or an insurance salesman than risk my life playing for $60,000 or whatever, $40,000. Wow. The team had been sold to new, inexperienced local ownership and were left with 2 players at the end of all of that. Star shooter Jack Twyman and 1 other player. Had Twyman accepted other offers that year, the team would have traded him and likely folded as a franchise. Okay. Instead, Twyman, because he was from Cincinnati, agreed to stay and rebuild the team. They brought in, that second player became the coach of the team. They brought in all rookies and all veterans on other teams and fielded a team literally on the brink of being dissolved. Like they were going to fold the franchise and just clean up shop after the Maurice Stokes injury. I say all of that to say that team went 8-25 to start the season, the same record as the current 2026 Sacramento Kings, a team with Hall of Famer Jack Twyman and a bunch of dudes.
Well, there you go. That is quite a story. I was not expecting that to be so morbid. I was not expecting that to be wrapped up in the way that it was. But there you go. There is your Kansas City Kings of 1958-59, who are apparently same talent level as relatively as your 25-26
team that was literally about to dissolve in 1959 still went 8-25.
Kind of crazy. So coming up next in the next segment, we're going to hopefully cheer things up a little bit. Going to do a little 4-down territory. And we're going to try and get some bowl or stole in there as well. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross right here on Sactown Sports.
The Drive Guys, weekdays 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.
on Sactown Sports 1140.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot. All to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Coach Christie here letting you know the year-end sell-a-thon is on at Folsom Lake Ford, and with your approved credit, get 0% financing plus 0 down, plus no payments for 90 days on select new Fords. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford today. Interest accrues from date of purchase.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Call Maverick Electrical to claim your free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check with a donation. This month, donate 5 canned foods to Maverick Electric's Holiday Food Drive and get a free furnace tune-up or electrical safety check. They'll collect your cans at the appointment and make sure your heat stays comfy and your lights stay steady, so the only thing whistling is the kettle, not your ductwork. Visit callamaverick.com to schedule your free tune-up today.
What will a Maverick do? 'Cause you are a Maverick too.
Give to get with no gimmicks. Limited appointments. Some restrictions apply.
The clock is ticking. This holiday season, give the gift they'll really love. A new Honda from Northern California's best Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Happy Honda days are happening right now. Score big with low payments, top trade-in value, and a huge selection of new Hondas, all at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Based on the results of the study recognized on June 18, 2025, USA Today's list of California's top car dealers 2025.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures. But don't let this past year slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good times spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandsons enjoy birthdays and holidays was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Yes, Chris Watkins filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. We've got about an hour and a half left in the program for you. And then I believe boss man Jose Gonzalez is going to take you from 10 to 2. And then we have a little bit of a local programming break before Golf to Go at 6 o'clock. No local programming for you tomorrow, but we will be back on Friday, so stay tuned for that. I guess not stay tuned. I'll allow you with our day off to tune out, but you better be right back here at 6 a.m. on Friday. And, speaking of, let's just get into it. Let's get into the 4 down territory. I was trying to, sound like Charles Barkley. I don't know why I chose Charles Barkley for a football segment, but nonetheless, here we are. That was not good. That sounded almost like a bird or something. Hey, bird. That's that. I don't know who.
Which
that.
one
That's
is
one
that?
Of the. Is that Ernie? That's Ernie.
Yeah, that Ernie. Yes.
Yeah. Hey, bird.
Well, no,
Anyway.
but it's Chuck. It's not Ernie.
Whatever.
Get it?
There you go. 4 down territory.
Question 1.
Question 1.
Which QB? I can't do a Barkley. Question 1. Which QB is under the most pressure on Saturday? Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
No, it is definitely Sam Darnold. This is no question. I mean, I shouldn't have to lay it out, but last year, Sam Darnold, quite literally in the same exact scenario, an opportunity to win a football game, to win the division. I believe last year was also for the 1 seed. And what did Sam Darnold do last year but lay the biggest egg I've maybe ever seen? The slipper... What is it? Falling off? I don't know, but whatever it was, he turned back into a pumpkin. I don't know what the metaphor is, but you get it. He turned back into the Sam Darnold that we thought he was going to be, only to turn it around this season and lead the Seahawks to what is it? They're 13-3 right now. Could be 14-3 at the end of the year. Has an opportunity to right the wrong of last year. Not often does history repeat itself this exact for Sam Darnold to have this true opportunity at redemption. So to me, it's no question. I mean, Brock's played great since he came back this year. The Niners are going to be in the playoffs anyway. I know the Seahawks will too, but Sam Darnold cannot turn back into Sam Darnold that we think he is yet again, because there's just no way anyone's going to believe it again. Fool me once, right? Like, there's no way he can do it again.
Remind me again, what team was Sam Darnold
Yeah, that's why,
for?
the Vikings. Like, and I remember it like it was yesterday, and everybody talks about this Lions game. No one talks about he was trash in the freaking wild card game too. Like, it was not just a one-game fluke. It was very clear that the second the game started to matter, Sam Darnold no longer looked like the guy he had looked like all season long. And that's just what I expect to see. Like, and that's Saturday. I was going to say on Sunday, but Saturday night, that's exactly what I expect to see, is Sam Darnold look like the Sam Darnold he looked like at the end of last season.
I think I agree with you, although I think the Niners do need the 1 seed a little more.
Yeah, they do. They definitely need it.
All right, second down. Who's under the most pressure Sunday among these coaches? Is it John Harbaugh or Mike Tomlin?
I think it's Tomlin. I think both definitely undeniably have pressure. I think it could be a loser leaves town matchup where whoever doesn't get their team to win this game is probably going to get fired. I would say unjustifiably for both of them. You kind of broke it down the Ravens side of things yesterday. I think a little bit of it is just they've hit their head on the wall so many times. The head coach is kind of the thing that maybe has to change. I know there's been some rumors. Mike Garafolo put out that Lamar Jackson potentially could be on the move this offseason. Maybe that's the route they decide to go instead of letting go of Harbaugh. But to me, the Ravens started the season 1-5. Lamar Jackson hasn't played well. The fact that they are even still, and granted the Steelers are the reason why the Ravens even still have a chance, but the fact that the Ravens even are in this is a miracle, and they feel like they have to be playing with house money. Mike Tomlin was, let's see here, I don't want to get it wrong. The Steelers to start this season were 4-1, where the Ravens were 1-5. This division should have been wrapped up a long time ago with the Bengals being trashed. The Browns didn't even compete this year. The fact that the Steelers are yet again going to stumble into 9-8. I love me some Mike Tomlin. I think you shouldn't get tired of mediocrity or the level of success that he has had, continually being above 500, but just above 500. I guess it's Tomlin, because it feels like to me they're not going to win that game, and it feels like they're going to shake it up for the sake of shaking it up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't fire Mike Tomlin.
I wouldn't either.
People are saying Mike Tomlin might go to TV. I don't understand.
I mean, that would have to be his decision. There's no way it's out of lack of interest, like nobody's calling his phone.
No, I think there's like a team option next year. So like he could retire, and then after that year, he
sit
could
out
go,
the contract, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
I think that's what Sean Payton did.
Right.
Third down. So, despite having a chance to move up to as high as the 5th seed, the Chargers announced they will rest Justin Herbert on Sunday against the Denver Broncos. It's just announced the Eagles are doing the same thing, despite the fact that if the Bears were to lose, they could jump up to the 2 seed. So, do you agree or disagree with these decisions?
I feel like for the most part, I agree. The Eagles one I just learned, I didn't know that was going to be the case for the Eagles. That one doesn't make as much sense to me. The Chargers one, it's like they can only move up to 5. Right now, you're playing Jacksonville on the road anyway. If you move up to 5, you're playing the winner of the AFC North in either the Steelers or the Ravens. Both of those teams, especially if you're traveling on the road as the Chargers, probably not much of a difference. Like, right now, yeah, you're at to me, it feels like it's a tough match. It feels like it's rough anyway. I wouldn't really care between either going at Jacksonville or, because right now, if they stay at 6, it's at Jacksonville. If they were to move up, it could be at Pittsburgh, at Baltimore. To me, the success, like the playing your guys and getting the reward of going to Baltimore or Pittsburgh, juice just isn't worth the squeeze, in my opinion, on that one.
What if I changed it and said they could fall to 7 and have to go to New England? Which could happen
They're
anyway.
all tough. Like, it's one of those where I don't like the cliche, but, like, you have to play everyone at some point. And if you're going to be on the road, like Jacksonville, you can say, obviously, New England had the better record. Like, they're the better team. But all of those matchups on the road are going to be tough anyway. If you're going to have success in the playoffs, you're going to have to beat those teams. Like, that's just it might be too simplistic, but I kind of feel like that's the route. And I think some of it too is what I was saying about the Rams and why I kind of felt like they maybe should have thrown Jimmy Garoppolo. If Justin Herbert goes down in the playoffs, wouldn't it be better to get Trey Lance some reps so that it's not just like, you remember when Pat Mahomes went out and they just put out Carson Wentz or Gardner Minshew, and it's like, okay, your season is clearly over because this guy hasn't gotten a rep all season. He's not going to be able to even have like an okay backup performance. To me, it makes sense to get your backup some reps in a break. Like, if you're not really playing for anything, you might as well get pseudo prepared.
Yeah, especially when Herbert's had injuries throughout the year already. Fourth down, it's New Year's Eve. Let's do the obligatory. What was your most memorable football game of 2025?
The Super Bowl is an interesting one because that's memorable, obviously, for not it being a great game, but almost because it was so, forgettable. It was like a complete blowout. Like, from Jump Street, the Chiefs didn't have a chance. Like, it was one of those where, of course, everyone believes, when is the Chiefs' comeback going to start? And I think everyone kind of had the same realization when it's 35-7, this just isn't going to happen, and this is going to be a rout.
The moment for me as a Chiefs fan when I knew was when the white corner got a pick six. That's when I was like, it's not going to happen.
It was a crazy... Yeah, I haven't even, looked back at that game at all, but I would imagine looking back at it, you're like, whoa, this is, as bad as... It's worse than I remember. Pat Mahomes is probably on the ground literally every single play.
Which now in hindsight, we can say, the collapse of the Chiefs.
Yeah. I mean, they would only go on to win 6 games this year.
They fell apart.
It's crazy. And if I wouldn't say the Super Bowl, funny enough, obviously the Niner game that they just played, that's a little bit recency bias. I didn't watch the entire Bengals-Bears game, the one that ended with that Colston Loveland touchdown. That play specifically comes to mind. But to me, it's it's weird that it's the Niners, but that Niners-Rams, I think it was Thursday Night Football with Mac Jones just taking an absolute beating, and still the Niners somehow winning that game, as it felt like that was kind of peak of, oh man, these injuries are really stacking up for the Niners. Mac Jones is playing on a busted meniscus or MCL or something like that, and he was getting the crap kicked out of him, and yet he's still, it was one of the most gutsy performances I've ever seen, especially from a quarterback, and I couldn't believe it was from Mac Jones, who was playing well. So weird to say, but either the Super Bowl or that one game where Mac Jones went Herculean. Yeah, and those are the two that really stick out for some reason.
They punched out the fumble at the very end. At the goal line.
Oh my gosh, yeah, and I completely forgot about how dramatic of an ending that was. You can maybe say that Rams-Seahawks game from, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. That was a great game as well.
Packers-Bears Saturday game.
Bears was great. Wouldn't surprise me if we have a really good game this weekend, too, with just, there's 3 or 4 games that really are determining, seeding and, straight-up divisional wins. And so, there's some chances for some pretty crazy games this week.
Other one that also gets lost in the shuffle because it was week 1 was that crazy Bills coming back in the fourth quarter against the Ravens.
Oh, right, week 1.
15 points in 4 minutes.
Right, absolutely. And somehow that didn't, that was, the Ravens obviously first loss, and it was oh man, they clearly look like a great team, able to play with a team that we thought in the Bills would be at the end of the season. And the Ravens go on to start 1-5. And remember that Chiefs game where they were both, I think, 0-3, and it was how is one of these teams going to start the season 0-4? Funny, the Chiefs won that game, go on to win 6 games so far on the year, and the Ravens, again, a win away from somehow clinching an AFC North title if they can just beat the Steelers. That one is that one Saturday or is that Sunday night? I think that's Sunday night. So that one is Sunday night. Again, should be a big, fun weekend of football. Coming up next, I think we have 2 bowl or stole segments to kind of get through, so might have some fun in the 45. Plus, of course, we got to do what is hot and what is not. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, if you're looking for some contests, you're going to get it. We got, in our Niners at 9 segment, you can win a Mountain Mike's coupon, or a Mountain Mike's gift card. And at 9:30, we will be giving away Harlem Globetrotter tickets. So we have your chance to win on this New Year's Eve right here. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Toyota-thon is on, and you know what that means. Unbeatable deals on your favorite fuel-efficient Toyota models. Hurry in to get a low-cost lease on the 2026 Corolla or the 51 MPG all-hybrid 2026 Camry. Or choose the fully redesigned all-electric 2026 BZ and get 0% financing plus $3,500 finance cash. These are the deals you've been waiting for. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 1/5/26.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Get more for your money at Elk Grove Chevrolet, where value meets style. Lease a new Chevrolet Trax for just $199 per month plus tax. Enjoy its roomy backseat, flat rear window, and simple, attractive interior packed with an 11-inch touchscreen, wireless Apple CarPlay, and wireless charging. The Trax delivers more for less. Visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today for full lease details and see why the Trax is such a smart choice.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Kyle.
Chris Watkins.
What's hot?
What's hot?
What's hot?
Los Angeles Clippers.
Huh?
The Los Angeles Clippers, they're hot
Yeah,
right
we
now.
saw that. We know that.
We did see that. But not just against the Kings, though.
Huh.
They've won 5 games in a row. In those 5 games, they've won every single one by double digits. They
Sounds
have
good.
outscored their opponents by 21 points in the last 5 games. Now, granted, 41 is going to raise that average a lot.
Yeah.
But the Clippers, everyone was ready to write them off for dead, but then Kawhi Leonard came back and said, no, we are going to scrape and claw for 35 wins.
Claw.
Yeah. They have aspirations to
They do.
get back in the playoff race.
Very, very high aspirations. I was having an argument with my friend the other day, as I know I'm supposed to ask what's not, but I was having an argument with my friend the other day about like what the definition, I guess, especially in sports, of like what truly win now is. And do we feel like the Clippers, probably not Clippers fans, but are the Clippers, and the gist of my argument was like, okay, I didn't like how my friend was essentially, he was casting too wide of a net for what win now is. And essentially like my argument was like, oh, so you're saying essentially win now is just anybody would die to just, start to win tomorrow. And my bigger point is, do you think the Clippers are excited that they're winning games now? I mean, you already did the tough work of finding yourself, they're 10-21 now, so you were 5-21 at one point. You were pretty much headed straight. Again, they don't have their pick, which makes the answer a little bit different, but just stick with the spirit of my question. Do you think that the Clippers are happy that they now, all of a sudden, after 33 games, have finally figured something out. Like, would the Kings take that also, I guess, is a bridge of that question.
Are you saying Kings fans or the players?
I guess it's two separate answers, right?
Yeah, because the players...
Of course.
But that one's tough, though, because I read that Chris Paul story that Ramona Shelburne and a couple other people did, and it was like, yeah, man, the Clippers were like, clock in, clock out. At the end of the day, we're going home.
Right.
And
that was the big CP beef, right? He was like, let's get in extra shots. We're not winning.
Tried to do a holiday party, and 3 people showed up.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, I get that the players probably are like, cool, we're good, we're winning. But
so do you think Kings fans would be happy if all of a sudden, if the Kings go on we'll call it even more, we'll call it an 8-game winning streak. Do you think fans would be excited by that?
At this point, some would. We'd get a lot of texts and YouTubers and Twitter people that would be very upset about it. But I don't know how emblematic that is of the whole fan base.
Yep. It's one of the great Jason Ross isms, I guess, is, the social media crowd is not the same crowd that shows up to the arena every night.
Yeah.
All right, what's not?
What's not? Well, let's do the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
But specifically, I want to just point out one stat that doesn't get brought up enough. This is point differential in the first quarters of games this season.
Can I throw in real quick, that G-Man mentioned yesterday on the broadcast, Kings in 11 of their 33 games have allowed 70 or more points by halftime. In a third of the games they've played, they've allowed more than 70 at the first half. Sorry, continue.
That's actually really bad. I can't even fathom how bad that is. But specifically in the first quarters, these are the point differentials of, we'll go 5 worst teams. Let's go 6.
Sure,
we'll go 6 worst teams in the league. The Lakers are negative 61 in first quarters.
Oh, okay, just first quarters.
Yes, just first quarters. Point differential. They've been outscored by 61 points.
Pretty surprising, especially considering their record.
Yeah, I know. They must be a great second half team.
JJ probably gives a hell of a speech.
Takes Luka a second to get going. The Wizards are negative 71.
Tracks.
The Mavericks are negative 74.
Okay.
Not a great offense, you know. The Jazz are negative 90 in points in the first quarter. The Pelicans are negative 94.
I noticed you haven't said the Kings yet.
I have not. In case you're keeping track at home, that is the second worst, Pelicans at negative 94. The worst first quarter point differential, the Sacramento Kings at negative 131. That is 37 more points they have been outscored by than any other team in the league.
Can you do my favorite thing where it's like, what's the difference between 2 and, like, if you were to say that 37 points, what's 2, whoever's second, the Pelicans, if you take 37 points off of their point differential, where do you land?
Oh, well, that would be at negative 57, which is 23rd in the league.
So the Kings, the difference from 30 to 29 is the difference from 29 to 22. That's the amount of land that they have to cover in order to just get to second to last place.
Here, I'll phrase it this way. The Kings have been outscored a full point per game more than any other team in the NBA in first quarters. An entire point per game than anyone else in the league.
And see, this is the problem, and this directly ties in with what we were talking about with development, where it's like, if that's the case, it sounds to me like more than any other team in the league, your games are over by the first quarter. And so pretty much the rest of the game, you're playing meaningless minutes, or you're playing catch up, or the other team isn't fully, competing at the level that is giving you a true, honest look. And that's crazy. And it also, if you have a good third or fourth quarter, or let's call it a fourth quarter differential, it kind of doesn't matter, because that probably means that the game is decided and the other team is probably playing scrubs at that point, and you're running your lineup of Maxime and Dylan and those guys who, played together all summer. So, of course, those guys look more coordinated than, the guys who haven't played in months.
Well, Chris, I've got bad news for you, because in fourth quarters, I'm just going to do the bottom 5 here.
They can't be in the bottom 5 in first and fourth quarter point differential.
Fifth worst.
I guess you can if you're...
The Toronto Raptors at negative 41, fifth worst.
Okay.
The Chicago Bulls at negative 52, fourth worst. The LA Clippers, third worst at negative 61. Sacramento Kings, negative 104. They are 43 points worse than the Clippers.
Silver lining, someone's worse.
Oh, someone's worse, all right. Coming in at negative 173. That is
on purpose?
69 points worse than the Kings, who are themselves 43 points worse than the 28th
Lapping
place
the field
team.
here.
You want to guess?
I would guess the Wizards.
Yes, it's the Washington Wizards. So the gap between the Wizards and 28th place is 112 points, which is the same as the third place team in the league. The gap between 30 and 28 is 28 and 3.
That is criminal. So if by some miracle the Kings can get out of their own way, maybe not have a bad first quarter, or who knows, maybe they just are in their routine and they have a bad first quarter. They somehow miraculously come back second quarter, have a good halftime speech, come out in the third and, bring it back. Guess what? It's all for nothing anyway, because numbers say more than likely they're just going to give it up in the fourth. Like it shouldn't be so surprised because, obviously look at this team's record, but when it's that bad, that is not good. When it's that bad, it's not good.
It's not hot.
That's what I got to say about that. That is not hot.
Yeah, by the way, the Kings are 23rd in third quarter differential and 26th in the second quarter.
All right, we're going to just send this one to the next segment because there's just not much we can do with any of that stuff. So coming up, we have Niners at 9. We're going to have our Mountain Mike's giveaway. We're going to play a little game. Who scored this touchdown for the Niners? And you can win yourself a nice little Mountain Mike's gift card. And then we're giving away Harlem Globetrotter tickets at 9:30 as well. Also got to get some Bowl or Stole, the game that is sweeping the nation today, as we try and guess, is this a real ball game or a game that I stole off of ChatGPT? We get into that next right here. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Just announced, Stockton Honda has been named #1 of California's best car dealers in 2025 by USA Today and Statista. This prestigious award is based on thousands of customer reviews and recommendations, ranking dealerships for service, value, and satisfaction. Out of hundreds evaluated, Stockton Honda is proud to be #1, recognized for all-around excellence and commitment to our customers. Visit Stockton Honda, where reputation meets the road.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The holiday rush continues at your California Ford dealers. The Ford year-end sell-a-thon is on. Now through January 2nd, get our best offers across the most popular Ford trucks and SUVs. From America's best-selling Ford F-Series trucks for 48 years, the legendary F-150 and Super Duty, to the Bronco family of SUVs for those who don't wait for adventure to begin. Plus, all-electric standouts like the Mustang Mach-E and F-150 Lightning. And Explorer and Escape, the perfect balance of comfort, capability, and everyday versatility. Get ready to power through whatever the season brings in a Ford. But don't wait. These year-end sell-a-thon savings won't last. The clock's ticking. The lots are moving, and these are the season's biggest savings on an incredible selection of Ford vehicles. Rush in before the sell-a-thon and the savings are over January 2nd. Get to your California Ford dealers today. Claim based on 1977 and 2024 calendar year industry reported total.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom!
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't! Yes, he did!
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Yep. All right. Let's get into some Niners at 9. A little special Niners at 9 today. We're giving away some prizes, or a prize, I should say. Only one for grabs.
But it's $50.
50. I was gonna ask, what do we know the value is? $50 to Mountain Mike's. You could sit on that until the Super Bowl potentially. That's a pretty good time to cash that in. But we're gonna do a little game, a little contest called, I guess we'll call it Know the Call. We'll call it Know the Call. And Kyle, when asked, will play a highlight of a touchdown scoring play from the 49ers game on, what was that, Monday night? Was that Sunday or Monday night?
That was Sunday night, Bears and Niners.
Yeah, so game from that Sunday night game, Sunday night win, I should point out, against the Chicago Bears. Kyle will play the audio of the touchdown without the audio of who scored the touchdown, and your job is to call in to 916-339-1140, and you will get your chance to guess on air who scored this 49er touchdown, and you will win, if you get it right, only if you get it right, a $50 gift card to Mountain Mike's. Kyle, should we do that now? Should we just knock that out now? All right, so Get your calls in, 916-339-1140. Kyle, here is the call that people will have to know who scored this 49er touchdown.
Purdy's in the shotgun with Robinson beside him. They're at the Bears' 38-yard line, second down. Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's he's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone. Touchdown. 49ers back in front.
Kyle, I feel like bleeping it made it so much worse than just leaving out the audio. But there you go. Who was the expletive that scored that touchdown for the 49ers? I see the phone lines already lighting up. Kyle is on the phones now, so I'll wait for him to kind of clear it and make sure that we're all good on our contestants. But if you have any idea who scored that 49er touchdown, call in right now to 916-339-1140, and you will have your opportunity to win a Mountain Mike's $50 gift card. That's a good one. That is a really, really good one. Mountain Mike's, I think I had Mountain Mike's actually, what was that, 2 weeks ago. My uncle and my dad came over to watch some football on Sunday, had some Mountain Mike's, and honestly, I swear I'm not saying this just because clearly this segment has some sort of Mountain Mike's ties. Mountain Mike's is the best pizza. Like, you can do the competition of the Round Table and the Mountain Mike's and the Pizza Hut and the Little Caesars, the official pizza of the NFL or whatever. In my opinion, Mountain Mike's is elite. You get that, it's just elite. Oh, okay. We phone lines are filling up here. Kyle, are we good to go on these? Are these people who are? Yeah. Okay. Anthony's giving me the okay. Kyle, you want to bring somebody up here? Who we got? Eddie. We got Eddie on line 1. Kyle, can you bring it up for me? Eddie, we got you?
Yes, sir.
All right, Eddie. Who scored that 49er touchdown? I feel it. I feel the confidence coming from you, Eddie.
Yeah. Is there any way to hear it one more time? Because he was trying to get my name out of lower the radio.
Yeah, I think so. Kyle,
Purdy's in the shotgun with Robinson beside him. They're at the Bears' 38-yard line, second down. Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's he's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone.
Yep. Eddie knows.
That was for sure the Jawan Jennings touchdown.
Kyle, do we know? Well, of course you know, Kyle. Kyle, let Eddie know. Was that the Jawan Jennings touchdown? He sounded pretty confident.
Oh, let's find out.
Purdy's in the shotgun with Robinson beside him. They're at the Bears' 38-yard line, second down. Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's Jennings. He's got it. Inside the 20, the 10.
Eddie!
He's gone.
And touchdown. Phone line's clear. Eddie.
Back in front.
I heard it. I knew Eddie he called his shot. He didn't even need to hear it. He knew it. He felt the confidence. He was like, I can name any of these Niner touchdowns. I got it. Eddie, you nailed it. Eddie, stay on the line. Kyle's going to get your information. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Eddie, absolutely. Thank you for being so quick on it. Again, Eddie didn't even really hear the initial call. He was just like, I got this. In the second he said it, I watched the phone lines, y'all. They cleared out. So shout out Eddie, who was just absolutely killing it, called his shot. And on this New Year's Eve, gets himself a little Mountain Mike's $50 gift card. Not too shabby. And again, I would definitely recommend banking that thing for the Super Bowl and having yourself a nice little get together with Mountain Mike's. Can't think of a better time. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity. I see my Uncle Kevin out here in the chat. Mentioning it's my grandma's birthday. Got to shout out my grandma. A New Year's Eve baby. It's got to be tough to have these birthdays around the holidays, or anniversaries or whatever it is. One of my friends' wedding anniversary is, I think he said the 20th. And so that's got to be a nightmare with your Christmas shopping mixed in with your, whatever, your other celebration. And I'm sure you're probably used to getting the consolidated gifts. So I always think about you holiday babies at this time of year. And I hope you get 2 separate days, man, because especially my grandma, I tell you, that woman deserves it. She deserves more than just one day, but she deserved more than just 2 as well. But yeah, definitely have to shout out my grandma Barbara as well. Happy birthday, and yes, happy New Year's Eve to all of you out there. Some of you, I'm sure, will be celebrating late into the night tonight. Some of you, like me, will just be tuning in to Stranger Things at like 7:30, and then probably passing out at 11 or something like that. So however you choose to celebrate your New Year's, I'm glad that you chose to start it off, or your New Year's Eve, I should say. I'm glad that you decided to start it off right here with the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, with neither of those two, with Chris Watkins, myself, and Kyle Ledbetter on the other side of the glass, who has been absolutely killing it, with the exception of that play, because I really did not like that Jawan Jennings was bleeped there. I feel like we could have just cut the audio and it would have served the same purpose. To me, I think it's Jimmy Kimmel does like the accidental cursing or the unintentional cursing thing where you'll just throw in the beeps at like random moments and it still sounds terrible.
Oh, are you laughing at me using that?
Yeah, amongst other things, laughing. It was, it was funny. It was definitely a funny choice.
See, Verlad always chooses to just silence it.
That's what I would choose.
Yeah, but I feel like it's funnier if it sounds like he's saying a curse word.
It definitely hit. I'll tell you that. It definitely hit, and I definitely looked around for a second like, are we about to get canned here on this wonderful New Year's Eve? But no, you did your job. You canned it, and just incredible stuff there. So shout out Eddie, who again, like, it seemed like you were getting pretty comfortable with Eddie there. Eddie nailed that, dude.
Oh, first try, Eddie got it.
Didn't even need to hear it. He didn't even need to hear it.
Yeah, Eddie wanted to make sure, but Eddie knew.
Yeah. And all totally within the rules as well. He didn't hear it.
Sometimes, too, there's only 1 or 2 choices. There were 6 touchdowns in that game.
Right. And again, Christian McCaffrey scored 2 of them. If you were just playing the numbers game, you would have just said Christian McCaffrey.
Jake Tonjes had a touchdown.
Jake Tonjes. I guess the fact that it was a passing touchdown maybe gave away some of it, but cutting it down a little.
Couldn't use the Brock Purdy rushing touchdowns.
Yeah. We could have used that scramble, that crazy, him looking like Lamar Jackson, or what I saw at that play. I don't know if anyone remembers Tyrod Taylor at Virginia Tech. There was a bowl game where he had this sick play where he kind of does the same kind of scramble thing, but like takes a hop step is the best that I could describe it. Takes like a hop step right at the sideline and just darts it into the end zone. I will never forget that. So shout out Tyrod Taylor. By the way, Tyrod Taylor's still an NFL quarterback. Still, I don't think he ever Did he ever get the start for the Jets? Because I know there was that weird transition where they were benching Justin Fields, and then they were going to start Tyrod, and then I think Tyrod got hurt, and then Justin Fields ended up playing, and then they benched Fields again for who? It wasn't even Mike White. Like, who was it? It was a different
Mike
color,
White.
Wasn't it?
It's new Mike White.
Okay,
but
cool.
Yeah, but then Justin Fields was crying in his closet for some reason.
Huh? I missed that one.
Oh, you don't remember that?
No.
Oh, yeah. Justin Fields, after they won, was like, yeah, I'm not going to lie. It's been a rough week. Spent some time just sitting in my closet and crying. I was like, that better
Jets
man than me to
and their
admit.
quarterbacks having all-time bad, like Sam Darnold seeing ghosts. Like, what? If there's a Family Feud list of like top 4 things you don't want your quarterback saying, I'm seeing ghosts out there, and I've spent a lot of time crying in the closet, definitely making the top 4 on that Family Feud board for sure. That's insane.
Great Sports Illustrated. Justin Fields shared why he was crying in his closet days before Jets' first win of the season.
That's insane. That is absolutely insane.
Let's see. It's been a lot for me emotionally, spiritually. When I was on the field, I was damn near about to start crying, not because we won, but because of the goodness of God. I'm going to get pretty vulnerable. This week I found myself in my closet crying on the ground, laying down, not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like I was built to handle that. I was put in place to handle this situation, but in that moment, I was talking to my best friend how hard it was. Yeah, anyways, he was crying in his closet. I think that was after the owner said, well, it's hard to win games when you have this trash quarterback.
Boy, oh boy. Wow. That is rough.
By the way, Tyrod Taylor has started 4 games for the Jets this year.
Okay. Well, yeah, and I was a fan of Tyrod. Tyrod, I'm sure, Kyle, you'll remember Tyrod Taylor started Justin Herbert's career, right? With the punctured lung on the sideline.
He also, I think, started Baker Mayfield's career, too.
Like the Browns' career, or like the rejuvenation of Baker?
His rookie year.
Really? There's Tyrod Taylor the Brown? I do not remember that.
Yeah, that was the Hard Knocks year. Tyrod Taylor has a few of those. Crazy. I think there's another random one in there. Well, I guess it didn't end up working out, but he also jump-started, who was the guy who played last year for the Jets?
Last year for the Jets.
Wasn't who after Zach Wilson? I can't remember which generic quarterback was. Anyways,
they didn't roll out Mike White. Was last year not the Mike White season? It's really tough to try and remember.
They always end up with some version of that quarterback at the end.
I don't remember who
this year it's Brady Cook, and I was like, who is that?
Well, yeah, I guess the world will never know. We'll just be set to wonder forever. I do want to I told you, Kyle, I didn't want to talk Niners, but I do want to talk real quick about Kyle Shanahan, Coach of the Year. I hear you. I think I've heard a ton of people bring this up. To me, it doesn't feel right. I know the argument is obviously all of the injuries that the Niners have dealt with so far this season. But I just think that there's better cases. Like Mike Vrabel turning around that New England situation overnight, that's more impressive to me than what Kyle Shanahan did. Like, you also have to factor in, frankly, the Niners did have one of the lighter schedules in the NFL. I know a lot of the teams that are actually in the playoffs right now had uncharacteristically light schedules this year. But if I'm looking Niners' best wins, we have at Seattle, of course, week 1. The Rams overtime game that we talked about earlier. I mean, and then Chicago. That Chicago win really is their wins are at Seattle week 1, at New Orleans week 2, which was a close win, versus the Cardinals week 3, they won by 1. That Rams game that I mentioned, that's the overtime game with Mac Jones turning into Hercules. They beat the Falcons 20-10. Mac Jones threw 152 yards. McCaffrey 129. The Giants win 34-24. That's not super impressive. Cardinals win. Carolina win at Cleveland versus Tennessee at Indy. I'm sorry, that's not getting me Coach of the Year when there's other guys who are just as, even Sean Payton I would put in there as well.
Yeah, I remember going back to the beginning of the season, people were saying this is the easiest schedule in 15 years based on strength of record from last year. Yeah. And obviously that ended up evening out.
Of course. Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, they had an easy schedule, but people didn't think the Seahawks would be 13-3,
right, exactly.
So I saw the when we talked about it last week with Allen, I think he was tied for 3rd in the Coach of the Year, and now he's, if you look at most sports books, it's him and Vrabel are the clear favorites, but it looks like it's going to be one of them. So clearly the last few weeks have helped his candidacy. But
definitely. Niners won 6 straight. Looking at it now. And I mean, if you beat the Seahawks, you win the division, 7 in a row to end the year. There's definitely a bigger argument, but I just think Mike Vrabel completely turned that thing around. The Niners have been good, and the argument is just that they lost all their guys. Not saying it's not impressive, but if there maybe weren't better, and frankly, again, like these MVPs, coach of the, like it's all a narrative award. It's all about who you can tell the best story about. And to me, the New England Patriots, a team that obviously had so much success, completely turns it into Gerard Mayo being the worst coach in the NFL. And then in 1 year, Mike Vrabel walks in and, Drake May, who, I think it was a little bit of that Josh Allen, like, okay, we see some signs, but is he ever really going to pop? And like, obviously Drake May, potential MVP, if not definite MVP at this point.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the argument against it too, is right. Mike Vrabel had the MVP.
With Josh McDaniels as offensive coordinator, which I don't know if that helps or hurts. He's a very confusing guy. But that's the thing I don't really like about the coach of the year in the NFL now. It just becomes, hey, we didn't think your team was going to be good, and now you're good. But instead of giving the credit to the players or the front office, we're just going to give it to the coach. I mean, in the NBA, that's kind of why Mike Brown won coach of the year.
Sure, right.
But in the NFL, it's like you got some random, like Matt Nagy won a coach of the year. Kevin Stefanski's won 2 because people are like, man, you can make the Browns a playoff team.
Good, right.
If Browns go to the playoffs, anyone, you get coach of the year tomorrow. Brian Daboll won 1 and he's been fired already. Like, the award is just kind of weird how they do it in the NFL, but Shanahan's never won it, so I guess that's maybe like
that's interesting, right?
Yeah. But in fairness, Sean McVay's only won it once. Andy Reid has never won it in his time in Kansas City, which, like, what are we doing there? Like, there's the coach of the year award's just weird at this point.
And even the not real Carmichael Dave on the YouTube chat points out that Ben Johnson definitely should have a shot. I mean, if we're talking about person who took your team from trash to successful, I heard in that Monday Night Football or the Sunday Night Football game, I was listening. I promise I'm not just trying to be a company man. I was listening on our station to the radio broadcast, and they had mentioned a great stat that was the first time a team that had 2 teams that had lost 11 games the year previous had won 11 games and played each other in the same season. So both of those teams completely flipped what they were last year. And to me, the Niners obviously had a culture, if you want to call it that. You can obviously call it something bigger than that, but like Kyle Shanahan has been there. He's established something. You walk in there, the Niners have a certain type of player or understand what it is they're trying to do. Again, Ben Johnson, much like I said about the Mike Vrabel thing, completely flipped that thing around on its head. Like even Caleb Williams, you can argue, like Caleb Williams was heading towards, I think this guy might be a bust, and now at least there's maybe some signs of life. I think Caleb still has some got to bring it in a little bit here.
Yeah, and it seems like I said, the award has just become we don't think your roster is talented, but your team is good, which, like the Vikings last year with Kevin O'Connell, who won it, it's like,
you made Sam Darnold good.
Yeah, and clearly they stunk this year, so maybe it's a better case, but like when...
or is it a worse case?
Maybe it is. But when we give it to Brian Daboll, who went 9-6 with Daniel Jones, instead of Andy Reid, who went 14-2, it's like, what are we deciding? Yeah. It's like your roster has to suck.
It's the comeback player of the year.
Yeah.
Where'd you come back from? Sucking.
Yeah. It's like the only way to win coach of the year is if your roster sucks, which, by the way, here's the coach of the year odds. You got Vrabel is the favorite, -145. Shanahan, +185.
Okay. Yeah, so there's some gap.
+750 is Mike McDonald with the Seahawks.
Right. Also, didn't get a single mention in the conversation we just had.
Yeah. Well, here's another one. +1700 ahead of Ben Johnson is Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. 12-4.
Again, they've played great, but like to me, Ben Johnson, I mean, yeah.
Then +3,000 Ben Johnson, +6,000 Sean Payton.
You know what's crazy too is Ben Johnson almost like it feels like is not suffering from his own success, but I always say the true sign, like Steph Curry, like the true sign of greatness is when people know that you're great, have a certain level of expectation for what that looks like, and then you still somehow manage to like impress even more and blow that expectation out of water. And that, to me, is kind of what Ben Johnson did. Like, Ben Johnson, everyone was already giving credit for the Lions' success to Ben Johnson. And then for Ben Johnson to leave Detroit now be 8-8, and the Chicago Bears, who lost 11 games last year, now have, if they would have won last week, they would have had a chance to be the ones. Like, that to me is coach of the year. Like, that, and the fact that he's, 5th or 6th on that list, like, to your point, like, I don't really know what the award truly is then at that point.
Yeah. I mean, we all agree Vrabel is a good coach. We all agree Shanahan is a good coach. It's just the coach of the year is not an embodiment of who the best coaches in the NFL are. It is the guys who achieve with perceived bad rosters or perceived bad organizations, which...
And Shanahan, I guess, is more just like, your roster isn't bad, but the roster you're playing with is bad due to injury.
Again, it took
just defense.
Shanahan would have never been able to win that award with the roster he had during those NFC championship runs in 21, 22, and 23. They would have disqualified him because of how talented the roster is.
Right.
And then you take away a few guys here and there, injuries on both sides of the ball. Yep. And now all of a sudden it's like the genius of Kyle Shanahan or the ability of Kyle Shanahan is being recognized.
Yeah, it's like I kind of recognize Kyle Shanahan's genius when, C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins were, getting 6 wins somehow in a season. Like
or when he went to the NFC Championship game 3 years in a row with, Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy.
Emmanuel Sanders was like his number 1 receiver. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yes, I recognized it when all of those random running backs went for 150-yard games.
Yeah.
Like
all the Miami Dolphins current running backs, and Raheem Mostert in Vegas.
Yeah, and Tevin Coleman, wherever he's at now.
Oh, man. He's probably in Kyle Shanahan's, basement or something.
Matt Breida.
I'm not letting you go anywhere, Tevin.
Tevin Coleman's always one injury away. If you need him. But then that's what's so funny is that then he's like, well, what if I got an actually good running back? And it's like, Christian McCaffrey had a second career.
Yeah, complete game breaker. And that honestly can't be understated enough. I don't think McCaffrey, obviously what he won Offensive Player of the Year last year, just won't be talked about. That he was completely, it will be talked about, but cannot be talked about enough, I guess. Stayed healthy all year, especially when coming into the season, there was, where is this guy? He it was the hamstring, I believe, and he was absent from practices, and then he would kind of like lightly practice, and that was all the way up until pretty much week 1. We weren't sure how much McCaffrey we were even going to get and for how long it was going to be.
Which, by the way, now he's questionable with the back for the last game. Get right to the end.
Yep.
I've been joking all year. It's like in a horror movie where like people slowly are dying, and then you get to the end, and it's like, how did that character make it? It's like, of all the injuries you had this year, how is McCaffrey the one?
Well, they had to set up for the finale, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's like, am I missing something? Why is this character making it to the end of the movie?
Well, maybe he's making it all the way to the end of the movie just to be the last one to go out. I don't know. Maybe it is just he's different. I don't know. Maybe, I've heard that the guy takes care of his body in a crazy way. But the thing was, we were hearing it was both legs. I think that was the major concern too. It was like, not only is this guy, has he been dealing with hamstring and Achilles, was it tendonitis, I think? But they then announced before the season that it's in both legs. And so it's just like, absolutely incredible that the Niners have had the season they have. And, you can add Trent Williams now to the list of guys who might not be suiting up for them on Sunday and, or Saturday night. And if McCaffrey doesn't play, and it does, I don't think Trent will play, but we'll see. That definitely could potentially be a week 18 swing for Coach of the Year. Like, that might change that award. If Kyle Shanahan wins a week 18 matchup to win the division without Trent Williams and without potentially Christian McCaffrey,
to get the number 1 seed,
that's pretty deserving. That is pretty deserving, and that's where I'm like, all right, especially when you, like you said, he hasn't won it yet. That feels like the year to probably give it to him. So as much as I probably don't want to give it to Kyle Shanahan, And I will even give you credit, Kyle, and as you wrote it in the rundown, if the Niners do win. And I didn't discuss that until the end there. We also didn't discuss Bowl or Stole, which I promised we would do. We will do it in our next segment. We also have What's on Deck. We also have Harlem Globetrotter tickets to give away. So we're going to have a packed last half hour for you. We're also going to do, of course, celebrity birthdays to close this thing out with a little bit of crosstalk. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Sactown Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Year-end pricing's in effect. Every vehicle's priced to sell before the new year during Happy Honda Days. At Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Get behind the wheel of your new Accord or Civic today. Own or lease during Happy Honda Days at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit us at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 916-619-3000 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be fun.
It's time for What's on Deck. Brought to you by Trex Decking and Railing.
Yes. What is on deck? Coming up today. At 4 o'clock today on NBA TV. How about this for your Sacramento Kings viewing audience? Knicks versus Spurs. Any interest in that one? Anybody got any ties to it? I don't know. Mike Brown going against De'Aaron Fox on NBA TV today at 4 o'clock. That
Battle
should be
of
a good one.
Battle of former Kings, Mike Brown and
H Bizzle.
Jordan McLaughlin.
Jordan McLaughlin, who is still on the Spurs roster, doesn't get minutes at all. But yes, let's not forget about Jordan McLaughlin. Let's not also forget that today, Kyle, you mentioned earlier, some good bowl games today. Also some good bowl games tomorrow. Today, you got number 10 Miami going against number 2 Ohio State as the college football playoff. Is what this is the second round? Quarterfinals. Yeah, I was like second round of games, if you will. I'm always terrible at figuring out quarters versus semis. But yeah, we have Ohio State and Miami kicking it off today. Tomorrow, that will be at 4:30 for what it's worth, that Miami against Ohio State game. That is a blast from my past. If I remember correctly, that might have been the first national championship I ever watched. Maurice Clarett against, it might have even been Frank Gore on the Miami side of things. Might have been Willis McGahee, actually. I believe it was Maurice Clarett against Willis McGahee. I believe that was the first ever college football championship game I ever watched. So that Miami-Ohio State game definitely going to bring some nostalgia for me. Tomorrow on Thursday, that's where you get the full day. We all know New Year's Day is the best. You start off with the Rose Parade, if you will. I can't remember the last time I woke up for the Parade of Roses.
Also, it's going to be pouring rain in LA tomorrow.
Will it really?
They're going through the Rose Parade.
Yeah, it's supposed to rain like all week in Sacramento too. So
Rose Parade in the rain.
Not great.
But then you get...
Which one of these games is the Rose Bowl?
Alabama, Indiana.
Alabama, Indiana. You get the Mendoza Fest. What does Alan call him? Mommy Mendoza? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So tomorrow you get number 5 Oregon taking on number 4 Texas Tech. That's at 9 a.m. You get Alabama, Indiana, as we just mentioned, in the Rose Bowl. Mommy Mendoza at 1 p.m.
Mommy.
And then at 5 p.m. you get number 6 Ole Miss, who will be without, of course, Lane Kiffin, going against number 3 Georgia. That's at 5 o'clock. So the second round of college football playoffs, and of course, yes, these will not be these will be neutral site games. These will not be, as the first round was, played on any of these teams' home fields, which I thought was like a weird wrinkle. It feels like a little bit too much of an advantage, especially if you're going to have, like, wasn't James Madison as the 12 seed? Like, yeah, they were going to Oregon. It's like, granted, they played really well, but especially relatively. But
they played really well once they were down 20.
Yeah, I mean, they scored 34 points. I was expecting them to literally, I mean, I would have guessed 51-3 would have been the final, not 51-34.
And based on that first half, it was headed that way.
It was over. I mean, I probably shouldn't have made it sound as if it was a good game, but more so just there was no way they were going to win that game, and at least they didn't completely embarrass themselves. It definitely could have been worse, especially considering, at Oregon in a playoff game. We also, tomorrow, have basketball back in Sacramento. You got Kings Celtics at 7 p.m. No more 8 p.m. Well, there will be more 8 p.m. tip-offs throughout the year, but not tomorrow. 7 p.m. Very intrigued to see what the crowd looks like for that one, as, obviously vibes aren't quite vibing in Sacramento.
Jesus Christ. Next Tuesday is an 8 p.m. game. Okay. Jesus.
I can't do it. And that's a home game, too, is it not?
Yes, it is, against the Dallas Mavericks.
Is that one a Peacock game currently?
I think all the 8 o'clock games are Peacock games.
Okay. Well,
but again, may get flexed out. Or it's not even Peacock. It's just linear NBC, but also Peacock.
Even better. Yeah.
Or, I guess I should specify. If you're on the West Coast, it's on NBC.
Okay.
If you're on the East Coast, you don't get that game. You get your 8 o'clock game, which is whatever that game is. It's very confusing.
I was like, you lost me.
The only thing is they can't get rid of Jeopardy, okay? You have to keep watching.
You have to, yep.
You have to watch
Keeps the lights
Jeopardy
on.
or Entertainment Tonight
Absolutely.
at 7:30, and that's why these stupid games start at 8 o'clock.
100%. Yeah, there you go. So let's move on. Speaking of stupid, I've been trying to push this all day, and we only did it once, and when we did do it, we did it a segment late. So we have a couple different rounds of bowl or stole. Are these real college football bowl games, or did I steal these names off of ChatGPT? Kyle actually did pretty well for the first round. I will say the first round was titled a warm-up from ChatGPT, so now the computer's going to start testing us. These are the ones that sound real enough, and then we'll go into sponsored chaos. And then when our boss man, Jose Gonzalez, comes in, if he does for Crosstalk, we'll go into round 4, which is the tricky ones. So starting off, the Quick Lane Bowl. The Quick Lane Bowl. Is the Quick Lane Bowl real? Or is it a ChatGPT figment of our imagination?
Is Quick Lane bowling? I assume it's got to be a bowling alley?
Could be anything. Could be like a quick oil change place, you know?
Well, that's true.
I don't know.
I do know that this one is real because it used to be in Detroit, so it is real.
Nailed it, Kyle. The Quick Lane Bowl. Let's see here.
Still don't know what that is.
From 2014 to 2024 has been played. In 23, Bowling Green versus Minnesota played it. It is a Detroit-based bowl, active every single year. So there you go. Let's go into number 7, the Music City Kickoff Bowl.
The what?
The Music City Kickoff Bowl.
Okay, I know there is a Music City Bowl, but I don't know if they're calling it the Kickoff Bowl. So I'll say yes, it's real.
I will say it sounds fake. Like, it sounds as if this is ChatGPT trying to fool you. And it is. It is. Music City Kickoff Bowl is not real. I do believe the Music City Bowl is real. The Duke's Mayo Bowl. Duke's Mayo Bowl, which I would assume Duke's Mayo is meant to be a mayonnaise company.
I think Duke's Mayo, were they the Will Levis one? I can't remember.
Can't tell you.
That one is real.
It is real.
I know that because I don't know if you've seen this before. At the end of the games, they will sit down the coach in a chair and dunk mayo.
Yes, like
on
it's
them.
Slime Time Live on Nickelodeon. They literally just pour mayo on somebody, which is criminal.
Yes.
It's one of the last things I want my body covered in.
Although, what people used to root for is
Stay tuned for that list at 9:30. It's past 9:30.
People always say, what is the funniest coach that... Because I think it was like the Maryland coach got dunked a couple years ago, and they're saying, who's the funniest coach? Yes, Belichick is the answer
by a
now.
mile.
Yes.
By a mile, not even close.
This year, the Duke's Mayo Bowl is Wake Forest and Mississippi State. So
there you go.
I don't think either of those... Rest in peace if Mike Leach.
Rest in peach. It could be a rest in peach bowl.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mike Leach. I combined peace and Leach. If Mike Leach were still around, that would be funny.
All right, moving on to the next one of the sounds real enough category, the Iron Skillet Bowl.
God, that can't be real.
Generic enough.
It is
or
not
is it too generic.
It's not a company that sounds fake. Yep. I'm going to say ChatGPT.
It is ChatGPT. I don't believe that there is Iron Skillet is just a thing. They probably could have done better with that one. This is still, again, round 2. We're going to continually move on. This is the last one of the round 2 ones. The sounds real enough category. The Arizona Copper Bowl. Arizona Copper Bowl. Is the Arizona Copper Bowl real? A real bowl game, clearly played in Arizona, I would hope. Or is it a fictitious game?
So you said last 10 years, right?
Yes, this would be played in the last 10 years.
Because there did used to be a Copper Bowl, but I feel like that's from like the 90s or something. Back when like it was the actual like products. I will say real.
The Arizona Copper Bowl is fake. I think you might start being to see the ChatGPT formula, though. They might be taking old ones and just adding words to it, like the Kickoff Bowl and things like that. So, you really got to stay on your P's and Q's. This is round 3. This is the sponsor chaos. This is where I believe all of these, whether they're real or fake, will have either real or fake sponsors attached to them. You'll have to figure out if those sponsors are even real companies or if it's even really the one that is attached to this bowl game. The Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl.
That one was real because for some random reason I watched it and Jimmy Kimmel was getting interviewed on the sideline. I was like, what is happening?
If I'm not mistaken, the Arizona Bowl is now the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl.
But it's the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl presented by his gin and juice company.
Love that.
Yeah.
Incredible.
It's got his name twice in it. I do remember that. Also, I think the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl became the Gronk Bowl for a minute too.
Okay. Probably didn't need that.
Didn't have a sponsor either. It was just Gronk bought a bowl game.
All right, here we go. Next one. The Bad Boy Mowers Gasparilla Bowl. The Bad Boy Mowers Gasparilla Bowl.
Okay, this one I know is real only because when I was a kid, I thought it was so funny that a company was called Bad Boy Mowers. And I think, yeah?
You nailed it. Somehow your childhood has come back to save you in this moment. The Bad Boys Gasparilla Bowl.
Yes. Do you want to know where that game was played?
Sure.
Tampa, Florida.
Bad Boy Mowers. I would expect nothing.
Here's the thing,
from Florida.
Bad Boy Mowers sponsors a different bowl game now because I saw it this year. I don't remember which bowl game it is, but they have a different bowl sponsor now.
Okay. We've got a couple more to get through, so we'll run through these ones.
Apparently the Pinstripe Bowl.
Camping World Snowbird Bowl. The Camping World Snowbird Bowl.
Snowbird?
The Camping World Snowbird Bowl.
I don't even know what a snowbird is,
No idea.
I'm gonna say ChatGPT.
It is ChatGPT. Those might just be 2 words that they put together. Maybe it's like a river cat, a snowbird. Very unfamiliar with their game. Thank you very much. No Alan Styles today for what it's worth. Here we go. Next one. There's 2 left in the sponsor chaos category, and then we'll get into tricky ones in our next segment. Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl. The Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl.
Okay, so this is tricky. I know there's a Frisco Bowl.
Yes, sir.
No idea what Scooter's Coffee is. So I'm going to say... I'm going to just say
Not a fan of Scoot?
I don't... How does
you
Scooter...
don't shoot Scoot in the morning?
How does Scooter...
Okay.
That sounds like something different.
Yeah. This is the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
How does Scooter have money for it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Where's Scooter getting this money? I'll say ChatGPT.
It is not ChatGPT. The Scooter's Coffee Frisco Bowl is somehow real. And then last one of the sponsor chaos, the Outback Bayfront Bowl. Is the Outback Bayfront Bowl a real thing?
No,
I would assume Outback Steakhouse.
I'm learning ChatGPT here.
Okay.
Because the Outback Bowl existed.
Okay, they're just adding words.
But it used to just be called the Outback Bowl because it used to be you would win either bloomin' onion or coconut shrimp based on who won, and then they got rid of it and everyone was sad, and they had giant bloomin' onion mascots on the sidelines.
What I'm also learning is you were the wrong person to play this game with because you know way too much. If like that is so deep, that's insane.
I know bowl lore from like 2019.
Well, it's helping you out here.
Yes, I'm going to say that's fake specifically.
The Outback Bayfront Bowl is fake. You nailed it. But yes, you are right. The Outback Bowl is something. So I guess they are just kind of, you've figured it out. You're starting to think like a true AI, Kyle, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing.
I just love bloomin' onion.
Don't we all? Don't we all? It's a beautiful, beautiful thing made by the heavens or something. Coming up next, we will wrap this thing up with a little bit of crosstalk celebrity birthdays, and we got to wrap up the bowl or stole. Are these real bowl games? The Sacramento Kings Bowl, that's a great call from Ozzy Nates. Is that real? We'll find out on the other side of the break. You're listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options. Heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think Happy Honda Days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Happy stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more important words. And days is how long you have to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's 2025 Accord, Pilot, and Ridgeline year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
The Sactown Sports 49ers Report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. Niners win a huge game on Sunday night versus Chicago, 42-38. Brock Purdy was outstanding. He accounted for 5 touchdowns, throwing for 300 yards and 3 TDs, rushed for 2 more, while Christian McCaffrey rushed for 181 yards from scrimmage and had a touchdown as well. Niners finished the regular season Saturday with Seattle, with the winner getting the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Catch the game this Saturday beginning at 4 right here on Sactown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
I'm Craig Ashton of the injury law firm of Ashton & Price. The winter months bring joy, but also with more rain and snow, unfortunately, more accidents. Over the last quarter century, thousands of Northern California residents have looked to Ashton & Price to be their root off with a law license to guide them through the storm of an injury claim. As always, we wish you and your family the safest and happiest of holidays. But if you need us, at Ashton & Price, we're here for you. So whether you've been naughty or nice, happiest holidays from Ashton & Price.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Nope. Neither Carmichael Dave or Jason Ross has been here all day. Jason Ross was here yesterday, but he will not be here the remainder of this week. We will have no local programming tomorrow. We will have local programming today after this show, but then there will be no afternoon show from 2 to 6. However, you still can get local golf to go at 6 o'clock. We will return to local programming on Friday, right here, 6 a.m. You know where to be. Same situation as today, though. No afternoon show on Friday. You do get some Kings action tomorrow, though. They play the Boston Celtics back here in Sacramento, 7 p.m. tip-off on that one. I'm sure everybody can wait for that one. I think we will all enjoy these next, 36, 24 hours or so without having to think about what's next for the Sacramento Kings, and I can tell you what's next on these airwaves, and that'll be Mr. Bossman Jose Gonzalez, who's sitting in on our crosstalk. Boss, I was going to say sorry you had to come in, but I guess in a way, like, you kind of assigned yourself to come in, so congrats.
I
don't know.
I technically did it to myself, but, the guys 1,000% deserve to have some time off.
Just not Kyle.
Just not Kyle.
Yeah,
he had his
took his
last
time.
week.
Yeah,
He had it last week.
Yeah.
He's going to get this week.
Beggars can't be choosers.
No, absolutely not.
This is the trade-off. I got last week, and literally every other person on our daily lineup got it this week.
And it was crazy because also trying to schedule meetings and going, well, I got to do it. If Kyle's not here, I guess it is what it is. Kyle won't be here and everyone else will be.
Yeah.
But Jay is out.
Yeah.
Whitey's out. Jason and Dave are out. Chris on the other side of that is out as well. So everybody having some nice vacation.
They deserve it. Like you said, those guys have been working hard all year long. Alan Stiles, he obviously had his kid this year, but like came back and just didn't miss a beat as only Alan could do. And
it's like if people behind the scenes knew how much that man scheduled things around. Like he's like, Jose, I am not going to miss this day, right?
Yeah.
He's like circling it.
Yeah.
I went, how are you sure?
It's incredible.
I'm just not going to miss it. All right, well, you're back for media
He will be here for the trade deadline. Yeah, he made sure when his kid comes, I will be here media day. I promise you that. Jason Ross, come on. Jason Ross was the last, before I stepped in this building at 6 a.m., Jason Ross was here last night at 11. And granted, he obviously deserved today off, but I don't think, to your point about Alan, I don't think people understand just how hard these guys are working. So, again, they deserve the day off.
And to be clear, for everybody who's like, oh, come on, Jose,
right.
they're not hitting cement over here. Or you completely understand.
You should try doing 4 hours with Dave. Tell me if that's not hitting cement, okay?
But the amount of just mental things that these guys have to go through on a daily basis, it's fun for us. I'll be very clear.
Yeah, incredibly
We're
fun,
not complaining.
No.
Well, maybe they might, but we're good.
Yes.
We're good. And obviously we're the number one sports station in Sacramento, so we're just even better.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes without saying. So, you know what, Jose? I do want to play, before we get into celebrity birthdays real quick, which of course are always meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together more than crumble cookies. We will get to celebrity birthdays. I did want to hear that music. I do want to wrap up Bowl or Stole, but I'm going to keep this music because I do enjoy this music. We've been playing all day. Is this a real college football bowl game, or is this one that ChatGPT has manipulated to just sound real? Did I steal the name from ChatGPT, or is it a true bowl game? Kyle has been killing it. Honestly, Kyle, you're done. You're done. Because this guy, as we were talking about the Outback Bowl, is telling me, oh yeah, like in the Outback Bowl, you either get bloomin' onion if you win, or you get fried shrimp. And I'm like,
They had giant mascots.
What did the winner of the Pop-Tarts Bowl get?
I believe you do actually, crazy enough, get like as big as this table, a Pop-Tart. A massive Pop-Tart that they rip from like zombies.
Yeah, that the
literally like the turkey leg.
The live Pop-Tart jumps into the toaster and comes out as a Pop-Tart for people to eat.
I really wish you were joking, but you're 100% not. That is actually what happens.
That
needs insane.
That needs to be part of the college football playoff bowl scheme.
Yeah. We got to get that in.
Now that's advertising.
That should be the national championship, as a matter of fact. Forget the Dr. Pepper punt, pass, and kick. Let's just do the Pop-Tarts, throw this mascot in a fake toaster thing. Anyways. Real bowl, fake bowl. The ReliaQuest Bowl. That just sounds like a word salad. The ReliaQuest Bowl.
I feel like
thumbs up or thumbs down in the back, Kyle.
A few years ago, I feel like this was one of those names that I've read. But I've been out of the college bowl game for a few years.
These are bowl games of the last 10 years as well, I should mention. So if it fits in that.
I'm going to go with it is.
It is, in fact, a real bowl game. The ReliaQuest Bowl, has been played for the 2023 and 2024 seasons. It was formerly, actually, funny enough, known as the Outback Bowl, and it is now the ReliaQuest Bowl. How about this? The Holiday Bowl, presented by Pacific Life. This is ChatGPT. I feel like if this is ChatGPT, this is them getting in their bag.
I was going to say, this doesn't sound real to me. I've never heard of that one.
This is the Holiday Bowl presented by Pacific Life is real. The Holiday Bowl presented by Pacific Life is, in fact, a real bowl game. Now moving on to the Mountain West Gridiron Bowl.
That's fake.
The Mountain West Gridiron Bowl is, in fact, fake. Wow. Okay.
I'm a Mountain West guy. So
That's true.
I was like, I knew that one off the bat.
And it's like, what, we're going to put two Mountain West teams in a bowl? Like, what?
They did do that for the Snoop Dogg Bowl.
They did.
Yes.
You can go to Arizona. You can go to Boise, or they had the LA Bowl. Those were the three guaranteed Mountain West bowl games.
But not the Mountain West Gridiron Bowl.
No, not that one.
How about the Wasabi Fenway Bowl? The Wasabi Fenway Bowl.
See, I feel like there is a game at Fenway.
I believe there is. Yeah, they've started to do that. Yeah, play
but
at
it doesn't
baseball
feel
fields.
like Wasabi is a sponsor.
Just
Is Wasabi a company?
Yeah, there's so much speculation. I'm gonna go. That's not a bowl.
Kyle, I do want to hear yours on this.
That one is.
It is a real bowl. Somehow the Wasabi I don't.
So Wasabi's a company itself.
It's like a Kleenex. Like Kleenex is the company, but everybody calls it Kleenex. Is Wasabi like? It's not. It's like actually called green paste, but we all just call it Wasabi.
Well, yeah, because like right now I call everything Pampers.
Right, exactly.
With my wife,
It's
I'm
a
like,
diaper.
Go get a Pamper, and she's like, it's a diaper, and I'm like,
it is.
Okay, apologies.
So
it's
who
a
knows?
Huggies.
I actually, I've learned something new every day. And then this is the last one, the Liberty Mutual Freedom Bowl.
That one sounds right. I'm gonna go with
The Liberty Mutual Freedom Bowl is fake.
What?
ChatGPT getting in its bag.
That's a good name.
That is a very good name. Liberty Mutual, that's a free one. Let's get to celebrity birthdays real quick. Kyle.
Celebrity birthday is brought to you by Crumble Cookies. How about happy birthday to Brent Berry?
Oh, Brett Berry, I'll say 55. Why not? Retirement age.
57.
54. Chris Watkins is closest.
Not quite.
Happy birthday to Gabby Douglas.
Gabby Douglas, gymnast. That probably skews the age
younger,
pretty
right?
far.
Like they're Olympians at 17.
Yeah, I'll say Gabby Douglas 27.
I had 28 in my brain, so I'm just gonna
free.
go one up you.
Jose is closest, 30 for Gabby Douglas.
Okay, I couldn't remember which crew she was in. Yeah.
Former King Francisco Garcia.
Ooh, Cisco. I'll say 41. I have
44.
no idea. He might have returned. I don't know. Yeah.
We have a correct answer. Goes to Jose, 44. Last
wow.
one. Happy heavenly birthday, Val Kilmer.
Wow.
Oh man. I'm gonna be so off on
81.
this. I was gonna say 77. Beautiful.
66.
Wow. Oh.
All right, let's try one more. Sir Alex Ferguson.
Sir Alex Ferguson.
Soccer manager.
Yeah,
he's
very aware.
He's in his 80s, isn't he?
Yeah, Fergie's got to be.
I'm gonna go 82.
I'll say 80.
Jose's closest, 84.
Wow, still showing up on the sidelines. Fergie is. It'd be great if he could
manage
a match or two because, well, I'm actually not that upset with Armin. But anyways, this has been Chris Watkins filling in for the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. It's been really, really fun. Everyone have a fantastic New Year's Eve. Have a safe night. Have a wonderful start to your new year. I hope all of your resolutions come true, I guess, for Kyle Ledbetter. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your day. You got Jose Gonzalez bringing you up to 2 o'clock right here on Sactown Sports.
It's the most wonderful time of the year because the season of Toyotathon is on with incredible deals you don't want to miss. For Toyotathon, get low 1.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2025 Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing plus $1,000 finance cash on the 2026 Tundra. Hurry because Toyotathon ends January 5th. Toyota.